Hello once again everybody, welcome back to Euro Truck Simulator 2. Well, in a minute, before we get started, we're going to have to set something up. So for this one, we are going to be going on a massive road trip. So yes, because the job system in Euro Truck Simulator 2 is random, we have to set it up ourselves. So for that, we have our virtual speditor file program, which allows us to make our own jobs. So we've got our the link to our save file. That's all been loaded. We've chosen the map selector to be Promods 246 and the Middle Eastern expansion. We've selected our source city, so we just need to select our company now. Which one? I'm not entirely sure on the map around the area. I think we'll go with Stokes because I think I'm parked fairly near that one. It doesn't really matter which of these we really need. Just pick one at random, I suppose. Now, what cargo would go from Iraq to Iceland? Alright, so after a little bit of choosing and thinking about things, we've decided to go with electronics. So we've got a couple of options for which trailer we actually want. We could just leave it with the normal one, to be honest. I think we do. So next thing to do is go add cargo, and that adds the job to the list. So electronics from Rutbar Stokes Depot to Isafjorda. And so then all we have to do, see, it doesn't actually know how far it is, but we shall save that. It's saving right now. And there we go. So, time to load up Euro Truck Simulator 2 and actually get going. And here we are. We are currently here in Iraq. So our job is indeed at Stokes. We know that for a fact. So yeah, there's not an awful lot to this part of the map until you get here along the coast. As you can see, I've been around here. I've completed everything. I've unlocked everything, and that's fine. There's Cyprus. And Cyprus, even, is so far away from Greece, which is all the way up here. All the way up there. And that's the little bit of Turkey that they added in their last update. So, all we need to do is we need to get that job, don't we? This is the job that we just created. And it's actually less than that one. That's interesting. That's interesting, but it's not as far as that. Oh, it's probably because it's only 8 tons of electronics. Oh well, that's the one we created. That's the one we're doing. So yes, you get quite a long time to pick that up. Pretty sure that you can set other things in the program as well. So it's taken a bit of time to calculate the route. Anyway, I know that it's from Stokes, and that's just around the corner, so let's go. So I have actually I've disabled the no damage mod. You can see there that I've turned fatigue on. So we are now fairly realistic. I've still got the traffic offences turned off, simply because there's lots of checkpoints around here where the speed limit is 10 kilometers an hour. And if you try driving one of these trucks at 10 kilometers an hour, you'll find it's virtually impossible. So yeah, you end up speeding through the checkpoints and they fine you a hell of a lot of money. So yes, it did have some problems in actually finding this place. Anyway, here is our job. It's obviously a little bit... the GPS isn't really working that well around here, it would seem. Ah, there it is. So you definitely get the feel that you're in a completely different part of the world around here. Let's back up and hook on. Now at some point we'll have to stop and take a photo for the thumbnail. You'll know exactly where, because you will have seen it, but obviously I haven't yet. I could have just taken one with my truck somewhere randomly, but I really wanted the load in the picture. Oh, and obviously we couldn't do that until we picked it up. So come on, hook on, there we go. That's the wrong button. I have pressed that button, there we go. Try it again. Now, one thing I've noticed in this place is that you tend to get a lot of flaming barrels, and even just a lot of barrels just lying around the place. I'm not entirely sure why. And I don't know why it can't calculate the route down here, because it couldn't calculate the route to meet us. Anyway, we're going to go this way, actually. So what we'll do is we'll just go around the corner and then we'll plan our route. We'll just have a quick look at the route, see exactly where we're going and whether we want to make any changes. Okay, that'll be fine. So let's bring up the map. Right. So currently we've got to go down here. Well, that's all fine. This takes us right past Cyprus. Now I kind of want to visit Cyprus. So I would say maybe we can go up this way instead. Anyway, let's go over. Actually, we should probably zoom out. There we go. Zoom out a bit. That's it. So it's 8,000 kilometers, 142 hours. So yes, okay. So into Greece, then up this way. Zoom in a bit so we can actually see what's going on. Is this Macedonia? I think it is. Up this way through these. Oh yeah. See, that's one thing I wondered. I wondered if there was a road from here down here yet. And obviously there's not. There's not, so we can't go that way. That's fine. That's fine. You can see I've been this way before. It's up through Zagreb. Then we're into Austria. Now see, I kind of I want to sort of touch on I want to kind of go this way, because that means you go through Liechtenstein and Switzerland, so we can get another couple of countries on our list. So I want to try and maximise the number of countries we do. There's Luxembourg there. So if we can somehow come through Austria, maybe head past Munich, then down this road into here, and then we can head up this way past Strasbourg, through Luxembourg, into Belgium, and then pick up the route from there. Oh my god, it's going to be an interesting route if we try and massage it. It actually takes quite a long time to move around the map when you're using a Xbox controller. But anyway, let's see. It is such a long way. It is a ridiculously long way. So yes, I do kind of want to go into Larnaca and then head down the road and then get the ferry from Limassol. So, you know what, I'm going to switch over to the mouse for this. There we go. That's a bit, it's a bit easier. So yeah, we come in there. I'll bung a marker there and see where that takes us. Right, okay, cool. So there we go through Syria into Where's that again? Lebanon. I mean, I would have kind of liked to go this way, sort of hit up Israel, but not really. Well, we'll go through Syria. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's a case of either Syria or Israel, so pick one or the other, basically. Now, it could go that way, but no, we'll go this way. This way's fine. Up that way. So we can't, there's nothing here really. I mean, we could come off here and zip down there. That would get another country. That would tick another country off. There's not really much point. I mean, unless we're going for lots of countries. We probably could, you know. Yeah, let's do it. Can you get through there? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So if I hit that... Right, fine, good, lovely. So up there, that goes through this one. So it's pretty much the same. I mean, the road could take us around here and up this way, I suppose. I mean, yeah, see, what we really want to do is go... See, we're there. So if we can go from here and down this way, would just popping that there do anything? Would that do the right thing? Yes, it would. Awesome. That's fine. So here through Germany, Liechtenstein, through there, up past Strasbourg, through Luxembourg, Brussels, Lille, over here, Dover, London. Although I'm not quite sure why we go through London rather than hit the M25 and go around. Why is that? That's a very interesting choice. I think we'll make the decision as to whether we actually do that when we actually get there. So you can see that the in-game map is actually based on a sphere, because you can see that everything appears to be rotated slightly. That's because everything is still in the orientation of where we are at the moment. Do we try and go through Wales into Ireland and then up this way into Scotland that way? I mean, that would be interesting. I think we should, just for laughs. So let's put another one there. There we go. This is going to be great. I've got to see how much of this I can actually do. We're at 9,000 kilometres now. So this is indeed really, really wiggly windy. It's right up here. It's not as far as we could have gone, but it is quite a long, long, long way. Oh my god, that is insane. Well, we're not getting anywhere just looking at the map. Yeah, so how many points did we put in? Only 4. We only put in 4 corrections into the map. So, that is ridiculous. That is also brilliant. So we have 9,107 kilometres to go. So we had better get going. I didn't even look that way. Oh dear. Well, yes, only being 8 tons, it's not going to consume that much extra fuel in lugging this around. Oh yes, we've got to go down here for some reason because that bridge is broken. And yeah, flaming barrels. They seem to like leaving flaming barrels around as like road markers. I'm not entirely sure why. So anyway, our route is going to take us down the motorway, which is nice. There is a checkpoint just over there. I mean, there's absolutely nothing to do at the checkpoint. It's not like a border crossing or anything, you just have to come to a stop and then go again. But you've got to do that at 10 kilometers an hour, and that's insanely ridiculous. So as you can see, my fuel is about halfway. Oh, why didn't I fill up when I started? Oh dear. And yeah, my fatigue indicator's coming along a bit. I have to say that I've definitely been used to driving around without fatigue simulation being on. So the first time the truck driver yawned at me earlier today, I wondered what on earth was going on. I really did. I really wondered what was going on, because it actually scared me. It made me jump a bit because I wasn't expecting it. And we're on the road again. 9,000 kilometres. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So yes, we're going to have to keep track of all the countries we go through. Obviously I'll be doing that during the edit. I'll call them out as we go through. But one good thing with Promods I've noticed is that it's very good at actually telling you what country you're in, you've just entered. It pops up a little map down in the route advisor. So, okay, we have a closed off lane. I was beginning to wonder whether that was actually the roadworks that were actually further up here. Let's look at that, signs for Syria and Jordan. Oh, look at this guy, come on. So yes, I've also reactivated my speed limiter, because we're doing this as real as possible. I haven't put the air simulation on. I haven't put the air brake simulation on because, as we all know, that gets incredibly annoying after you've parked up for the night or when you're doing a lot of manoeuvring. So what we need to do really is stop here and get some fuel. We won't sleep just yet because it's only 9 in the morning. Oh, it's only 9 in the morning. It's far too early to sleep. Oh wow, they really didn't build this for trucks, did they? 61p a litre. Now, I have actually seen that a lot lower. I think it was in Egypt. It was something like 30 pence a litre, which was absolutely ridiculous. Is it really only something like 30p a litre over there? Ooh. Right, so we've got to get it through here now. Minding the pumps, through the wall, there we are. So yes, we're not going to actually stop for a break at the moment. I mean, we have only just started. I took a break here. I slept here in this city. So, it shouldn't be. I shouldn't have got that much fatigue already. We haven't even started yet. No, barely. 160 hours. Now the only problem is we will have to pay a fair amount on tolls. Ah, yes, that's right. There's some roadworks around the corner, sort of around this little junction bit, because of a collapsed bridge. That's right, I remember where it is now. Oh dear. So I have absolutely no idea how long this is going to take. Absolutely none. Am I really going to do this in one go? In one video? Well, we shall see. So here's that collapsed bridge. So, yeah, just have to go around it. Let's slow down so we don't hit anything. And there we go. There's definitely lots of jets flying overhead. Is it still 50 kilometers an hour along here? There we go, that's better. I was about to say, that doesn't feel right. So why is that coach trying to overtake that truck? It's not as if it's making that much progress. Like, come on. If the speed limit's 80, try and do 80. It's going so slow. There we go. Cruise control back on. Okay, so I'm 81 rather than 80, but still. It's 1 mile an hour. You can't really argue about 1 mile an hour, or kilometre an hour even. So yes, we're back on my Promods profile, which is my main profile. I'm level 31, and my truck is the proper truck. It's the pretty much fully unlocked. I've got the best engine and gearbox that I can see, certainly the best one I can access at the moment. There's nothing showing up for unlocking. I've got my nice sort of V8 executive interior. Oh, it's all swish. So yes, this is the border. We've actually got to do some border checks now. I hope everybody brought their passports and have all the correct documentation, because you will need a visa. So this one's fairly unique in that it's got 2 sets of barriers. So you go through this one. You know, you certainly wouldn't get a heavy transport lorry through here. Checking the documents. I'm pretty sure they just like making you wait, to be honest. Now, on the right, we have a film crew and some dude just dancing. You rock on, mate. You rock on. And also that the change in the level of detail in the models of the people is far too close. So they blink out of existence for just a fraction of a second there. It's a bit weird. Anyway, we're in Jordan, as Promods likes to tell us there, see? So, country number 2, we're in Jordan. This feels a bit like a Top Gear challenge, to be honest. Oh dear. And we start the border check again. This time on the Jordan side. Waiting. There we go. So there's a wide variety in these border crossings. I mean, this one here, both sides seem to want to make a bit of an effort to impress people actually travelling. But some You know, others are just tiny. Look at that, we've got a pipeline. As I said, I wasn't going to do a stereotypical oil shipment. Electronics is fine. The wrong button. Hit that by accident. Now I believe that is a sign which warns of camels on the road. Oh, the hazards you face. But this road is ridiculously straight and long. In fact, there's a little kink in it just before and just after you get to a city, and then there's more long road. So because it's so long, I am going to leave it at 90k. I wouldn't normally, but it's dead straight, it's dead long, and we really need that extra speed. It's not as if anything's going to take us by surprise. We've got this little kink coming up now. And there's that city just loading in. So yes, if you had drifted off to sleep a bit, or if you weren't paying attention, you would end up in those rocks. That might actually be why they put the kink in, because this is exactly the same straight line as we were just on. A little kink in the road just to wake you up before you hit the city. So we're approaching the city now, so we'll slow down a bit. What's that, 60? There we go. It's a bit of an oil depot. There's not an awful lot here, to be honest. Nah. And so now we're back on a lovely straight road again. We'll put the hammer down while we can. So when it comes to that fatigue icon, I find it very difficult to read exactly what level it is. Because, it's somewhere up the headboard, above the pillow, but I can't really see where. So I don't really know exactly how much time I have. I mean, it's 1 in the afternoon. You can't sleep now. Not at 1 in the afternoon. This is definitely the type of road where you could fall asleep. I do see that being a problem. Just so long and straight and boring. I used to commute to work on a bike, and at one point the road would just be long and straight, like this, but nowhere near as long, of course. you know, you'd still be on there for 20-25 minutes just on a dead straight road. And that was always the bit of the route that I hated. So it was just so boring. It was just a slog. It wasn't as if it was like uphill or downhill or anything, but it always seemed to have a headwind. Didn't matter which way you were going, you always seemed to have a headwind, which made it very hard going. I mean, I say like 15-20 minutes, it probably wasn't. It certainly felt like it. But I'm pretty sure it was only about a mile long, so it can't have taken that long. But yeah, it certainly felt like it. I'm just looking at the distance we've still got to go. It doesn't look as if it's come down at all. Oh dear. Anyway, we've got a roundabout to deal with now. Oh no, you're coming through there. You were indicating right. Oh, you let me go, thank you. You were indicating to come off. Yeah, the one place the AI in this game breaks down is definitely on roundabouts. Definitely. Now, is this bit of road straight? I don't think it is. I think this is at least gently curving for the rest of the way now. I think we've done the straight bit. I mean, yes, I'm still doing 90k. Not going to apologise for that. What on earth happened there? Connected, right? Okay, so my controller keeps disconnecting. Come on. Right, now don't disconnect again, will you? It's a very inconvenient time to do so. Let's make sure we stay in the lane. If we're going to be speeding, we might as well stay in the lane. See, this is all like flat and just desolate. There's nothing here. In Britain, oh dear, I don't know what's going on with my voice today. But in Britain, if we had a massive amount of flat land like this just sat there doing nothing, we would have done something with it. We'd have done something with it long ago. We've got no flat, open, empty land. It's all already been used. Okay, that's my truck driver yawning at me. It's 3 in the afternoon. It's the best time to be driving. Well, but 2:30 in the afternoon. It's even worse. Alright, fine. Fine, we'll stop and we'll have a break. And if we wake up and it's night, we'll have another break until it's morning. Ah, dear. Oh, I miss having fatigue turned off. I really do. Now we do not need fuel. Because of course this thing has a massive fuel tank. Because it's been properly configured. So it's over here somewhere. Haha, here we are. So line it up. Get it in the bay properly. There we go. And brake. Press the key to rest. Really, 11:30 at night. I'm not travelling tonight. At least not here. Come on, wake me up in the morning. Right, 8:30. Is it really raining? I believe it's V. No, it's not V. No, that's flashy lights. Let's turn them on and off. B. No. I need to find the right button. Oh, is my beacons. Ah, it's P. Literally the last. Literally the last. The last one we try. Literally the last button we could possibly try. You know, it's not just the last button because we then find it. Ah, dearie me. Right. Let's remember that. It's P. It's because I also turned rain off. In my previous games. But yes, realistic. Although I'm not entirely sure why it's raining here, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't rain that much. I mean, I'm not going to stereotype a place, but pretty sure it doesn't rain all that much in the Middle East. Doesn't strike me as a damp place, put it that way. Around we go. Yes, we are still in Jordan, aren't we? We must be nearing the Syrian border by now. Anyway, we've got our lights on, we've got our wipers on. All is good. Come on, let's not have too much in the way of speed now. Let's try and do things properly. We only did that back then to just to get past the boring bit. Because at least the landscape is becoming a bit more interesting now, where we've got a curve in the road. There's those rocks over there and the mountains. At least we've got something to look at now, apart from miles and miles of empty nothingness. We're fully rested, we've got plenty of fuel. Life is good. And I believe the rain is stopping. Let's turn it off, there we go. Now you see, the wipers used to be bound to my controller, but I decided to put gears there instead. Because I went through a phase of not manual, but sort of automatic with like me being able to suggest a gear. Maybe semi-automatic would be a better way to describe it. Okay, so we need to change lanes now. Just wait for him to go past. I gave that guy behind plenty of notice, so that's fine. It's up to him if he decides to ignore it completely. And at least we're at a set of traffic lights. Because I'm fairly sure that some places around here just don't have traffic lights. There we go. On the curve a bit, but that's okay. There's nobody there. Doesn't matter. A bit of income from one of my drivers. Very nice. Oh, and they've levelled up as well. Awesome. Now, I'm guessing that's a very famous landmark in this place. But considering I know nothing about this city at all, I wouldn't be able to tell you what that is. I mean, it's obviously a Colosseum of some description, but I wouldn't be able to tell you the historical significance of it. Come on, traffic lights, there we go. And we're going that way. I mean, we could go straight on and around, but we could do. We could go straight on and around. That's perfectly decent route, but apparently we're going this way. I mean, after spending so long plotting our route, I'm not about to deviate from it now. Oh, that route, man. I've just looked at the distance remaining, and that has come down an awful lot. I mean, I thought I'd be looking down at 8,000 something by now, but 7,600? Really? That has come down a lot. Actually, you know what? That distance is suspicious. Well, better slow down. That distance is suspicious. I'm going to check the map. Okay, right. After we spent all that time doing our alterations on the map, it's gone and decided to bugger up on us. Why did you forget them all? I mean, was it here? Was it when we came out of there that it just decided to get rid of our navigation changes? Because, yeah, it's from here. We went that way. That's where it routed us, right from there. Right, okay. Let's do this again. So, BIP. How does that affect our route here? Right, okay. So we're going to be going through here, through the West Bank, up here, and then out that way. Okay, fine. It's not what we had planned, but that's fine. Now, we could head further up, but the problem we get into is that this is a border crossing, but you can't actually get through. You can get through up there, but frankly, it's not really worth worrying about at that point, to be honest. So yes, what were we doing? Coming through there. Over this way. Oh, that's right, that's right. We put one here, which then routes us past Munich, but still through Austria. Right, that's fine, good. I mean, it'd be nice if you could come down this way and sort of head through the top of Italy, but no. No, we're going to stick with our original plan. Into Ireland then. There we go. See, that's only 3. That's only 3 modifications. Where was the other modification? I can't remember now. It's been too long. Anyway, I think that's fine. There we go, 8,600. Didn't I say that was the kind of distance I thought we still had left? Right. Anyway, 8,600 rather than that 7,000 something. You see, I thought that went down too quick. It was suspicious. Very suspicious. Why did it throw out our waypoints? Why did it just throw out our waypoints? When did it do that? Did it do that when I wasn't looking? Oh, it's a mystery. Oh well, plans do change, subtly. At least we got to see that amphitheatre thing. Not Colosseum. I knew the word I meant. Nothing that way, nothing that way, it doesn't matter anyway. Let's turn the lights off. I don't need all my lights on. Right, border post. Into country number 3, which would have been Syria, but isn't. Well, this is going to be a little bit politically tricky. How do we classify this? Come on, guys. Pick one and go for it. Yeah, see, this is the whole 10 kilometers an hour thing. It's just too slow. It's far too slow. Far too slow. I mean, look at this. How can you have a traffic jam like this? Move! I'll get my horn out. God, that horn is terrible. Oh, dearie me. So yes, Promods considers it the West Bank, separate from Israel. And that's a whole political can of worms that I'm not even going to touch on. The thing is it considered a separate country from Israel? I mean, for like international purposes? I don't know. I'm going to have to look that up. I mean, you notice it was literally just the... why have you stopped? Let's go. So yes, you'll notice it didn't show a flag. It just showed the shape of the region. So it's it is a little bit tricky. I mean, Promods likes to let you know which area of Germany you're in. You know, it'll say, oh yes, you're in Bavaria now. So Promods does list sort of areas within countries. But is West Bank considered part of Israel? Is it considered separate? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to have to do some research on that. See what the current understanding is. It's one of the reasons why I didn't want to come this way. But anyway, here we are. So you can see you've got the Israeli flag up there on this checkpoint. Right, so you would think that, okay, well, yes, this is where we enter Israel. But this isn't really a border post. I mean, checkpoint, yeah. But it doesn't appear to be anything more than just a checkpoint. See, now it says we're in Israel. So Promods considers it separate. Nice part of the world, but if only people would get along. Okay, going that way. It's the only way we can go, so it's not as if we can miss a turning. Good. And coming up to a junction. Is this one where we have to change lanes? Oh, a train. I didn't see that last time. This guy's decided to just stop and not actually merge. That's your problem. No, we did need to change lanes. Oh well, we live and learn. So I wonder, how far is it now till our ferry? It can't be that far. It's the next city up. So no, it's not Tel Aviv. Pretty sure it's the next one up. It better be. Ah, yes, it looks like it. Look, we're coming off. We're finally overtaking the train. Right, okay. So those signs makes it look as if I need this lane. Yes, I do. Oh, you know why I don't remember the train? It's because I had traffic off. That's what it is. And traffic not only affects vehicles on the road, but it also affects the trains, as well as pedestrians. I find if you turn off traffic, it turns off pedestrians that actually walk along the pavements. The ones just standing around are still there, but the ones that walk along the pavements are obviously considered vehicles. But yeah, I forgot that. Because, of course, whenever I do my exploration, I tend to turn traffic off. So I can just bomb it around the place and not really worry. Okay. Yeah, not far now. I know it's not this one. But it's still showing 8,400 odd kilometres, so we know for a fact that it hasn't gone and and messed up our route again. Ah, dear. Well, it's a good job we checked. It's a good job we checked, otherwise we wouldn't be going to Cyprus. And I want to go to Cyprus, I like it there. I mean, Cyprus is a very weird place. I mean, I've talked about it before, but as a British person, I find it fairly familiar. But intriguingly different as well. You know, they drive on the left. An awful lot of them speak English incredibly well. You know, the plug sockets are the same. All the traffic lights and signs are the same. I mean, I know it's because of sort of colonial Britain and things. And sort of air bases during wars and stuff. So there's an awful lot of history there. But some of it feels British with a Greek flavour, and other places feel Greek with a British flavour. I mean, it's very much baby's first foreign holiday, I find. Because it's a little bit different, but not too different to make you feel homesick or anything. There's another train. It's actually a very German looking train. I guess there's a lot of those in this game. Ah, here we are. So it's been, well, not an hour and a half. It took us a while to get going. It's been at least an hour. Maybe an hour and 10 minutes. Come on, traffic lights. As in real life, you spend a lot of time waiting for traffic lights. And look at that, the lights change and all this traffic comes. And let's go for it. Come on, let's go. I've got a boat to catch. We've got to get around this corner. No, I can't make that. Just going to have to go the wrong way through this bit. Sorry guys, but all the ones that put cones down the middle of the road. And here we go. Larnaca, of course, is the only place we can go. Just waiting for the waiting for the map to load. And embark. I do like the Promods loading screens because they give you the country flags on the next to the screenshots. You know where it's from. Oh look, it's 10:30. Well, the good news, of course, is that we are now fully rested, because we would have had time to sleep on the road, on the ferry. So yes, Cyprus. Welcome to Cyprus. It's a very interesting flag they have. But yes, driving on the left. You know, double yellow lines. It does make it feel as if it's Britain with better weather. Well, I haven't seen anyone else on the road yet. I see, I've got to mentally adjust. Oh, I got a bit close there. I've got to mentally adjust my my thinking now, because of course we're back on the left-hand side of the road. And there it is. That first waypoint. Our next waypoint is all the way in Liechtenstein. So we won't have to worry about that for a while. Right, well, I was going to do this earlier in the day, but various things happened and it meant that I couldn't, because we had a grocery delivery earlier today, so we had to wait for that, because obviously I didn't want them ringing the doorbell while I'm recording, because it would have meant I'd have to stop and go and deal with it. So yeah, I had to deal with that. And then there was some things in the afternoon then I had to deal with. So it's currently about 8:30 in the evening, which isn't ideal. Because it means I'm going to be quite tired. Oh yeah, speeding once again. I'm just used to having the accelerator all the way down. So yeah, you can see I haven't used much fuel at all. It's largely because I have a bigger truck with a bigger fuel tank, but I have also unlocked quite a lot of eco-driving points. So yes, I don't consume as much fuel as I used to. Certainly not as much as I did in that other profile. Wow. When we were building that bridge, we had to refuel quite often. I mean, look, we're approaching 1,000 kilometers and we've barely touched our tank. Okay, so it's a third, but still. You know, we've come all the way from Iraq to Cyprus on a third of the tank of fuel. That's ridiculous. And here's our other ferry. Hopefully it'll be just getting into morning by the time we arrive. Mind you, it is quite a long way. Let's see, how long do you think it would take? The problem is I've got to go through here. Yes, I know I hit some cones, but better that than hitting my cars. Right. There we go. Thessaloniki, 31 hours. Okay, yes, that was a little bit more than I was expecting. A little bit more than I was expecting, but yes, looking at the map now, it is a very long way. So it should be what? Let's see. About 7 in the morning, do you think? Unless they account for time differences or anything. Ah, yes, there we go. 20 to 7 in the morning. That is absolutely perfect. So, yes, our distance has come down quite a lot. I'm just going to check the map just to make sure that that's because of the ferry and not because we've lost markers. No, we've still got the markers, that's fine. Good. Cool. So yes, that distance does include ferries. Well, that's cool. We've just knocked off quite a lot of distance right there. And of course, remember, we're back on the right-hand side of the road again. And back in Greece. I don't think it pinged us to tell us. I don't think it did. Oh well. No problem there. So, yeah, nothing that way. Nothing that way. Okay, let's not go that fast around a roundabout. That's a recipe for tipping over. Really is. So yeah, we need to go straight on here. And yes, there we go. So speed limit's 80, let's just get up to there. There we go. Lock in the cruise control and settle back and relax. So you can see from the map that I've explored Greece before. It's one of the places that's 100% explored now, thankfully. I still have quite a few countries to do. But yes, Middle East, Cyprus, Greece, Turkey and that bit over in that direction, that's all done. Spain's done. I don't think Italy's done. I don't think I've quite finished Italy. But yeah, France and Germany need doing. Also, pretty much Central Europe, actually. Oh yeah, I don't need my lights on. And you know what? I'd forgotten this was only a 2-lane road. Oh, I do find this so relaxing. Let's change lanes. I see that truck's all the way up there. So yeah, we really need to find a good spot to take a photo of the truck and everything. should have done it in the Middle East really, but there wasn't really any good views. I'm sure there will be around here somewhere, especially if we're going through Liechtenstein and Switzerland. And there definitely will be on that road through Iceland. Oh look, a toll road. It's been so long since I've seen a toll road. Oh look, it's Macedonia already. Wow, that was quick. So yes, follow the signs for trucks. I just hate it when they just stop for no reason. Just keep going, dude. Okay, so you're going into that lane, so I'll go into this one. You'll still get done before me, that's fine. But it means I don't have to wait for you to move out the way before I can start being checked. There we go. Hello, dude. Oh dear. So yes, our fuel tank is approaching halfway. So do we fill up the other side of the border? Or do we try and push on to the next one? I think we'll push on. I'm fairly confident there's going to be other places. Yeah. Fairly confident about that. So yeah, stick to the right like we do. North Macedonia. So where's South Macedonia? I don't think I've ever heard of a South. Come on, move forward a bit. There we are. And again. So you want to stop in time, but you don't want to, because you don't want to hit the barrier. But now what's he doing? That brand looks Turkish. Are you going back to Turkey then? And here we are. Oh. So yeah, I haven't completely explored Macedonia, because you can see that service station there hasn't been discovered yet. I think I've only driven this road but in the other direction. Why have you just stopped, mate? Why? Oh dear. I don't know why that little bit there is not discovered, but anyway, it's the whole thing where it keeps track of which roads you've been on. Oh, for a completionist like me, that's torture. So it means I have to drive every road to turn them gold. So yes, we're not going to fill up. Not just yet. Because we've got a very nice large tank now. I mean, can you imagine that? It's like when we did the bridge. You know, a few 100k in one direction and a few 100k back, and that would be it for your fuel tank. Oh, it's ridiculous. We've come all the way from Iraq on less than half a tank of fuel. We can certainly make it to the next service station. Oh, I've just remembered. That was the other adjustment we made. Do you remember? It was coming down here. That's what it was. You're going to come off here and just nip through this. Oh no, it's not Croatia. That's Croatia. This is Bosnia, isn't it? Boop. There we go. Oh, I can't believe we forgot that little detour. Oh well, glad we remembered it. I don't know what caused me to remember just now, though. Interesting. Right, anyway. At least we remembered it. I think it was probably seeing that junction and thinking, hang on, wasn't I supposed to come off this road and just do another country before getting back on it again? I think that's what it was. I think that's what caused me to remember the original plan. Right, let's go. Oh yeah, this road sort of splits in two for quite a long way. It's kind of strange the way they do that sometimes. Going a little bit on the far side there. You're kind of thinking, okay, is everything going to tip over? Let's look down there. No, that was just a road, it wasn't a river or anything. This is kind of tight turn for 80k. Slow down a bit, that's it. It's just a tunnel. Fairly short one, really. Any shorter and it'd be a bridge. Oh dear. 6.7 thousand kilometres. It really is just a ridiculous distance. I mean, not when you consider that my truck's done 133,000. I mean, that's not far off what my car in real life has done. Right, there we are. I've sorted the cruise control out now. It's very weird having two slip roads like that close to each other. Oh, another toll. You know what, it's funny, I don't mind so much. It's funny how I don't mind so much. I think it's because I haven't been through a toll for a while. I mean, until I got to like Greece and Macedonia, but I did an awful lot of miles without a toll, so I would say that it's not that much of a pain in the butt to start paying them now. As long as it's not that many of them. Anyway. So I'm very tempted to get the map out now and see exactly where we are. I mean, this is the border. But it would be nice to see. Okay, I'm trying to test my flag skills, my basic geography now. Is that... It's not Croatia. Croatia's over here. So is that the Czech Republic? Really should learn. Oh. I mean, let's face it, I do a lot better than most people. At exactly which European countries are which. Ah, dear. Well, we'll find out in a minute. Come on. Right, there we go. There we go. Yeah, let's not go too mad with the... That was Serbia. Right, that's it, Serbia. Not Czech Republic. Or Croatia. See, I knew it wasn't Croatia. It's funny how you always forget Serbia. Of course, it was within my lifetime that the whole Yugoslavia civil war happened. I remember that. A lot of the place names from around this part of the world are actually very familiar from news reports at the time. Anyway, that's another depressing thing to be thinking of. All in the past. Let's not repeat those mistakes. So yes, let's fill up with some fuel while we're here. Look at that, 120. It's twice the price than Iraq. Look at that, it cost us £509 in fuel just to get here. It's not that bad, really. I mean, we have come a very long way. I mean, yes, it is a lot of money, but you have come a very long way in a truck with cargo. So, yeah. Come on. How long does it take you to pay the toll? What are you doing, looking down the backs of the seats to try and find some change? Oh dear. Right, another quick look at the map. Where exactly are we? Okay. Whew, that did take us quite a long time to do that, actually. And that is much longer than it looks. That is a lot further than it looks. Right, well, let's get cracking. Excuse me, dude, coming through. I have an awful lot of driving to do today. An awful lot of driving to do today. 90, there we go, cruise control. And relax again. Just sit here and watch the world go by. It's definitely what I like about driving. You know, it's not even the fact that it's a method of reaching your destination. There is a certain joy to be had just in the journey. So we'll have to plan a rest stop at some point. Not just yet. Maybe in the next 20 minutes perhaps, judging by that icon. See, it's very difficult to judge from that icon. I really wish there would be some sort of like number. You know, just like a little ticking clock telling you how many hours and minutes you have left before you've got to stop. Quite a tight turn here. I don't know why they let you do 90. Oh, if anyone needs a reduced speed limit, that does. God dear. It's getting very wibbly. Let's go for it. Alright, come on, let's get this cruise control back up to 90. I mean, those distance markers at the side of the road are quite interesting. I mean, the concept is the same as our chevrons in the middle of the lane. You know, it's just funny how different countries do the same thing differently, I guess. You see, this is definitely where it's starting to feel like a slog. Where I'm going to change lanes to make it easier for him. There we go. So this is definitely where the full impact of what we're doing really settles in. Because this is an incredibly long way. It really is. It's going to take me ages to do this. Because it's been well, much over an hour and a half now, and we're still only in Serbia. I mean, this is country number 8. I mean, if you consider West Bank to be a separate country, which Promods does, so we're going to take their lead, I think. Because when we left the West Bank, it was then that it told us we were entering Israel. So it didn't consider the West Bank to be part of Israel. Anyway, if we consider it to be a separate country, come on. If we consider it to be a separate country, we... there we go, eventually. Yeah, if we consider the West Bank to be a separate country to Israel, then that means that we can bump up our country count and make things sound a bit more impressive. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I want to go into Ireland, because we're going to get England and Wales, the Republic of Ireland, then Northern Ireland, and Scotland, rather than just going for England and Scotland. So that detour is going to give us 3 extra countries. I mean, that is why we're doing this. It's a road trip across 2 continents. 9,000 kilometers, 2 continents. Who knows how many countries in the end. Yeah, I haven't really seen anywhere to stop for a photo yet. To be honest, we're probably going to do it in Iceland. So we'll get some spectacular view somewhere and just do it there. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, I mean, you either take the picture at the start of the journey or at the end. I mean, what does the middle of the journey have, rather than being, you know, a way to get from point A to point B? Unless there's something really interesting that we just happen to pass. But anyway, you'll have seen the thumbnail, you know exactly what I ended up doing. Well, to be honest, I've kind of run out of things to say. I mean, there's not much happening for me to react to. There's nothing for me to announce. I've got a second channel here on YouTube. You'll probably find a link to it somewhere. And I'm on Twitter and Facebook. So just search for Full Play Games, look for the familiar logo and you'll find it. Also got an account on Twitch, but haven't actually done anything with that yet. Maybe in future. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, and we were cruising so nicely. We were cruising along so nicely. Yeah, the fatigue icon is coming along now. So press the button. We've paid. So there it goes. Do you have to move forward to trigger the barrier, or? Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. Wow, this is another straight road. I'm very tempted to look at the map again. I'm trying to not look at the map so often. Oh, what's that big building down there? Looks like they're building something. So I'm in this lane because the road marking suggests that the lane on the right is a slip road. Am I right? It looks like it. Oh, and speed limit's 80, okay. Let's drop the speed down then. There we go. Let's keep going. No, why have a bus stop there? Of all the places to have a bus stop, on the hard shoulder of a motorway is not where I would put it. Oh man, that's incredibly dangerous. I mean, yes, it means the bus doesn't have to come off the motorway to pick people up from wherever that happened to be, but all it takes is one dozy driver to plough into the back of that bus while it's pulled in picking up passengers, and it doesn't bear thinking about. It's one of the most dangerous places to be on the road network. Belgrade. Alright, map time. Alright, well look, we're not that far away from the border. So we do need some rest actually. So hopefully we can have a break there. We'll go across the border. Hopefully that's somewhere you can have a break. We'll just zoom in to make sure. Is it? No, it just... oh no, look, we can have a break here at the border. Right, okay, that's fine. It's not far. And it would mean that we actually did come off for a reason. We didn't just do it arbitrarily to get an extra country on our belt. Right. Hopefully that won't be too far now. Elise has done another job. Let's see, 6,300 kilometers. That is still a ridiculous distance. That is still a ridiculous distance. See, the thing is, we had the fortune of being able to sleep on the ferry. But obviously that was some time ago. Some time and some distance, actually, when you consider that was coming into Greece. And we've come through Greece, through Macedonia, and through quite a lot of Serbia. All in one day's worth of fatigue. Working hours. Working hours, that's it. That's the word I was looking for. Oh dear. We did that, we pressed the button. Yes, you've got to drive forwards to activate the barrier. That's really weird. It should raise once you've paid. I think it's one more toll before we come off. Okay, yes, my driver is now yawning. And it's also a female yawn. I don't remember when they swapped that round. Because you've been able to choose female avatars for, well, forever. But when did they change the sound of the yawn? I don't know. Because obviously it's been so long since I've had fatigue turned on. Anyway, I don't really want to stop here. I want to push on just a bit further. Because I'm fairly sure that we come off really, really soon. At least I'm fairly sure. I can't be 100% about it, but I'm fairly sure. Oh dear. Yeah, shut up. I know you need a break. So do I, if I'm honest, but... Now, why is it reminding me? Oh, right, yeah, it's because I've got to come off here. That is quite weird that they use that to remind us. Now, are these countries in the EU? See, this is where it gets a bit fuzzy. It's like Macedonia and Serbia in the EU. I don't think so. Oh, my tiredness meter has just turned red. Oh, no, there we go. Now we're in the EU. Hrvatska. Oh, it's Croatia. See, yeah, now we're in the Croatia. Stop yawning. So Croatia is, but Serbia isn't. I wonder if Promods is going to do anything about Brexit. Oh, isn't? Yeah, of course, there's another border. Right. Of course, yes, we're in Croatia now. And then we're going to go down here. So I completely forgot that was a border. I thought we were coming through here, and I thought, hang on, that doesn't look like where we were planning to stop. Oh, my mind is compressing distance again. So hang on, this is the third border check now. That really is quite strange. And there's the dimming. Surely one of the border guards would have noticed that my tacho was reading at the end of my hours. Okay, I'm starting to lose vision now. I'll stop. I'll stop at this toll booth. There's a resting spot there. I mean, 5:12 p.m. That's a decent time to park up for the day. Paying tolls, but I've only just got here. Oh yeah, that's it. I've got to drive forwards. It's one of these ones. There we go. Wang ourselves right round here so that we can get into our little parking space. Yeah, just hit the curb a bit there, don't worry. You should find a place to rest. I've just parked up, thanks. Boop. And sleep. Okay, oh, that's not good. Okay, excuse me one moment while I sort this out. Right, okay, that's done. The main reason was that, obviously, because it's a job that we created and it is ridiculously long, but the job creation thing didn't actually know how long the job was. It didn't know how much time to give us. So I had to go in, decrypt the save file, and decrypt the save file, hack it a bit to give me a bit more time. So, as you can see here, we have 408,000 hours to do this job now. We should have plenty of time. I added a couple of zeros to the end of the allowed time. But anyway, yeah. I don't like hacking things. I don't like hacking things to try and get things to work, but it looks as if we'll need to this time. Right, so it's 2:20 in the morning. I think what we really ought to do is have another sleep. But, there we go. So we'll sleep again. Hopefully it won't be too far into the afternoon. Parking brake, that's right. Our lights set up. Okay, we can go on again. Oh, dearie me, that was a bit of a palaver. I was just expecting to sleep and then get going again. Dearie me. Anyway, we've got plenty of time now. And that's the main thing. Yeah, just come off here. And through another toll booth, of course. Coming off the road. Okay, nothing coming. Nope, good. Good. This is really small. This is really small toll booth compared to what we've had before. £4. Lovely, let's go. Sarajevo. Yes, that's another of those places that we are intimately familiar with from news coverage of the time. I mean, that was what? That's got to be over 20 years ago now. When was the first Gulf War? Late 90s? Fairly sure it was. Gulf War? What am I on about? It was a completely different war. Oh, I've been on the road too long. Really have been on the road too long. Well, that's an interesting flag. I don't think I've seen that flag before. All these little bridges over like a drainage ditch. That's an interesting detail. Round the corner. So yeah, that notification should be when you arrive in Europe from the UK, right? So it's not a keep left to go, sorry, keep right. See, I'm doing it again. Keep right to go through customs for lorries, you know? And you know what? No, I haven't done these around here. Of course I haven't. I was going to say, you know what? I don't remember this. But of course I don't. Because look, none of this is explored. So I haven't been here before. So goodbye from Croatia. Oh, of course, the border's a river. That's a good way of defining a border. You can't really argue with a river until it moves. But that takes ages. So it's Bosnia. Yes. It looks like you used to be able to just drive straight through, but of course, when everything split up, they had to put border points in. You see, you get these little bits of history just by looking at the infrastructure of a place. I love that. Bip. Yes, you may look at my passport. There we are, lovely. Now, when doing one of these, at some point, where was it? It was at a way station in Turkey, I think it was, or at least around that sort of area. My truck was a little bit damaged, and it called me up on it. I've never had that happen before. It goes, your truck is not in perfect condition. I found that quite funny, actually, because damage was off at the time. Must have been referring to my tyre wear, because that does happen. I don't even have to indicate. Everybody's going this way. So yeah, that was quite strange that they pulled me up on on damage when I went into a way station. I mean, yes, they would in real life. In real life, at a checkpoint, you know, they would. You know, they'd check your driving hours, they'd look at your license, and they'd give you truck once over as well. But yeah, I've never had that in any of my driving an American Truck Simulator, where way stations are quite common. Maybe that is something, though. Maybe that's something fairly new. You know, when they extended the map into Turkey. This is an interesting road. I mean, it's still flat, but look, you've got fields and trees, and there's a, you know, little group of houses over there, little village. It's better than that really, really boring straight road back in Iraq. No, that was back in Jordan, wasn't it? No, that long straight road was in Jordan. That's right. I'd love to be able to go down there. That's a sign. And that there is proof that damage is on again. Damage is definitely on again. I wasn't just saying that just for the sake of realism. It is actually back on. Look at these fuel stations. We can't stop here. Should be able to. Look at this. 80k, that's highway speed on a little road like this. Not sure if that is an entirely good idea, but we'll take advantage of it. This is actually a very nice little drive down here. More interesting than continued highway driving anyway. I definitely think that's the key, you know, to alleviate boredom. Come on, blue card. Yeah, to alleviate boredom, come off the highway once in a while. Give yourself some more interesting roads to drive on. Just for a bit, then you can get back on the highway and make up some time. You'd be surprised at what you can discover doing that in real life, actually. But not at the moment, when we're all stuck at home. Just trying to keep ourselves from going absolutely crazy. Oh yeah, that car's going. I can just cruise into this one. Right. How much is this going to cost me? Or is this just pick up a ticket? No. Let's go through and pay £5. Pay £5. That's interesting. I wondered why the road looked like that. It's obviously being built in the other direction. It's kind of cool. But yes, I'm definitely a fan of things like industrial archaeology. You know, just look at a building and you can tell what it used to be used for. Okay, yes, that's rather fast. Let's let's not blatantly break the speed limit. A couple of K, yeah, that's fine. I can deal with that, but yeah, let's not go overboard. So yeah, back on the highway. That was an interesting little diversion. And we got Bosnia on the list. Got an extra country on the list. Because I still have absolutely no idea how long this is actually going to take me. I've just seen how much money I have. Just 600 more pounds, and that would have been interesting. So would that be double devil, or devil times 1,000? These questions keep me up at night. Huh. They haven't finished building this end of the road either. Well, is everyone going left? Apart from this guy who really could move. Let's go. Come on, move forward. You're not going to see anything stuck there. Nothing coming that way. Oh, look at this little town. Quite nice in a way. Interesting. I mean, not hugely attractive, but it's certainly interesting to look at. Going this way now. Oh, let's go. It's slowed down too much. Well, at least this is one we could fuel up at. Unlike those fake ones in the other parts of the country. And here's another road that's partly cut off. Very inconveniently placed traffic island there. Alright, back through another border checkpoint. Nothing there. Lovely. I mean, was that it for Bosnia, basically? See, I always stop a bit short. There we go. Let's look at that other truck while we wait. Wait. We've been on the road for a couple of hours, it feels like. So why is our fatigue rising so quickly? I'm sure that's rising much, much more quickly than it should. Because when was it? About 11? So, okay, 5 hours. It turns out. 5 hours or thereabouts. It's okay, it has been a fair amount of time. It just doesn't feel like it. And here we go. Not there, because that's a blocked off side route. Now see, look at this, I've done all of this. I've definitely done all of this. Ah, good, it's just a ticket. Right, let's go. So this is that road we were on before. So the thing is, if this is the road, if I've done all this before, have I done the whole country? Right, let's have a quick look at the map while we're here. I have, yes, this is the country I've done all down here. All of this. All of that up there. And all of this bit. This bit here obviously has been redone since I explored it. It looks like they probably just put this in new. Well, that's interesting. I'm going to have to come back and do that. But yeah, you can see I did the country right up to the border posts. Oh, and this bit must be new then. Because I've done all of that bit. But I haven't done that junction. That's interesting. It must be that they put... Did they put that junction in afterwards? But then the route through would still be unexplored then. Because I definitely haven't done this. I definitely haven't done this. And I remember that kind of layout. I don't think it actually went anywhere though. Interesting. Let's get back on the road. That's one of the reasons why I want to explore the entire map. So that I can see when things change and I can go back and revisit them. Nothing on the main road, lovely. Okay, a bit quick. Let's not speed too much. Or at least let's not be so blatant about it. Well, at least we're under 6,000 kilometres. 6,000 kilometres. Oh, that still cracks me up. We're a third of the way, and a lot of that was ferry. Oh my god. This is going to be a very, very long video. I doubt anyone's going to watch the whole thing. Because right now my Euro Truck Simulator videos aren't doing all that well. People aren't watching much of it, to be honest. But you know what? This is for me. I want to do this. I don't mind putting in the time to make this. Because frankly, I'd want to do a long trip like this anyway. So I might as well record it. But yes, the only problem, of course, is that you do run out of things to say. I mean, I'm on a fairly boring road right now. Not a lot happening. Coming up to another toll booth, at least that's something. At least that's something happening that I can mention in the commentary. Apart from that, there's no weird AI going on at the moment. There's no interesting buildings or viewpoints. I could have gone in the one on the left, I suppose, but the right. See, I get my left and rights mixed up again because I'm driving on the right. And once again, yes, you have to actually drive forward once you've paid the toll before the barrier will open. I wonder if people have just sat there and waited for the barrier to rise. Okay, interesting looking junction at least. I mean, look at the map. That sort of cloverleaf intersection's all the way off over there. Which is an interesting way of doing it. Never seen one like that before. I mean, I've obviously seen this one because I've explored it all, but there's another really weird junction. Oh well, I suppose that gives you some something to look at, I suppose. Can't really see anything over there, but it's only roads anyway. It's only roads to look at. Oh dearie me, this is going to take ages. I mean, it's a good job I gave myself 400,000 hours to do this job. I sure hope it doesn't take us that long. Oh, this is quite a nice tunnel. Got very pleasing acoustics. Actually, speaking of that, there was another update just before I started this job, where they smoothed out the transitions between different audio scenes, I think they call them. So yes, going into and out of tunnels now feels a bit smoother. It's not as if you're switching from one group of sounds to another. Anyway, another border. Fatigue is looking okay. We can probably get another hour, maybe 2 out of that. So I don't want to hang a right, because where's the... Oh, you know what this is? We're in the EU, but this is an old border checkpoint that's no longer used. That's what it is. That's what it is. They haven't, demolished it yet. That's why we're all just driving through it slowly. See, once again, a bit of industrial archaeology there. So, Slovenia, another country to add to the list. Oh, we're back up to 90 for a speed limit now. Lovely. Let's not hit that truck. Oh, no, it's 80 again. You make up your mind. Nothing there, lovely. I see I have been this way before, but I haven't explored the country. Because I tend to do a country at a time, because it's just easier to make sure you get all the roads in one place that way. So yes, I've just driven through here on this road. I can't remember coming this way. Must have done at one point. But no, I don't remember coming this way before. So yes, we're going to have to start thinking about where we can park up for the night. I could do it here, but it's still a bit early. Although, when did we go to sleep last time? It was, I can't remember now, what was it, about 11? Or was it? Was it earlier than... No, it was earlier than that, because we woke up in the early morning. Let's change lanes. Go over this flyover. Yeah, see, I've been here before, but I haven't explored this town. It does look like quite an interesting town to come back and explore, actually. Even just looking at this flyover. I want to look at everything, but I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission. I'll have to come back. Where'd that Mini come from? At least I think it's a Mini. Is it? Could be one of those massive Fiat 500s. Oh God, don't get me started on the Fiat bloody 500. classic small car, but it's now bloody huge and bloody expensive, completely defeating the point of a small car. Small cars these days aren't small. They're not that cheap either. And when they are, they're terrible. I mean, I used to have an Igo. About 12 years ago, I got my Igo. And I think that was about £7,000, and it was lovely. Yes, it was cheap. It was dirt cheap. But I think they designed it to that price. You know, it was always meant to be that price. So it didn't feel as if it was missing anything. Unlike some cheap cars, which everything sort of feels plastic and a bit tacky. Oh, I love that little car. I love that little car. I still sold it for £2,500. So when was that? I must have had about 5 years of use out of it. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much £5,000 spent in depreciation. You know what I mean? Over 5 years, I had the use of £1,000 a car a year. Awesome. Oh dear, yeah, you get an expensive car. Yeah, 20, 30 grand, you keep it for 3 years, and how much money are you actually losing on that car every year? And don't get me started on leasing, that's just a terrible idea straight off. Even those stupid finance deals where it's a low monthly payment, but you still don't own the car. You're effectively leasing it. And then right at the end, it's like, do you actually want to keep this car? In which case you pay for the car again, essentially, because all you've been doing is paying the depreciation. Oh, just buy the damn car. Right. So yes, my avatar has started yawning, so we will have to stop. I mean, it is 9 in the evening. So yes, we started about 11 o'clock. Something past 11, I can't remember now. And yeah, 9 o'clock in the evening. That does seem like a decently long shift. And because of that, yes, I'm going to keep the hammer down. So we can get somewhere where we can rest. I mean, it's a sleeper cab. I should be able to just park up wherever I want. Oh, of course, now it's gone red. Now the icon's gone red. Ah, good, we can stop at the toll booth. We can stop for a rest at the toll booth. All those mountains just popping in. Yes, we're definitely in Austria now. We are definitely in Austria now. All of these trucks are going for that lane. I mean, okay, yeah, that's what the sign says, but I'm going to nip into this one. It's got a green sign, it means I can go there. Right, that guy's going now, so we'll indicate and we'll go into our parking space. We'll go into this one because it's got a nice view. And rest. When's that going to wake us up? 6:30 in the morning. That's perfect. That's perfect. Look at that sky. Look at those mountains. Oh, you know what? That view's giving me chill down my spine. Brilliant. There we go, we can get going again. So, this definitely reminds me of Switzerland. I mean, it's the same geography. Huge mountains, but quite a lot of flat land in between the mountains. Come on, little car, you could have moved over. Right, sort my lights out, there we go. Well, that was perfect. That was perfect timing. I mean, 6:30 in the morning is a little bit early. But from a sunlight point of view, from a daylight hour point of view, that's fine. That's perfect. So yes, that resting point was just right. Now, of course, that lane is shut, so we need to change lanes. This Transinet lorry, is he going to go for it? Yes, he is, eventually. See, dude, you've got to pay attention to the road ahead of you. That lane is closed. We'll move over as well, because he's going to be accelerating like we are. There's 80. Let's try and slow down just a little bit because we need a bit of room, don't we? That'll do. We'll build a little bit of gap between us and this guy. Look at that up there! Oh yes, definitely Austria. If anything says Austria, it's a castle on a massive, great big rocky outcrop. See, now we've got interesting stuff to look at. So we have scenery. Okay, this guy's really slow now. Oh well. The speed limit has come down to 70. Come on, let's go for it. You're going that way, are you? Well, I'm going to go in this one. So was that toll just for the tunnel or what? Come on, raise the barrier. Let's not hang around. We've got a long way to go. Got a long way to go. Oh. I think I have realised why I don't do long jobs so much. I mean, this is pretty much the longest route you could possibly do. With all the mods, I mean. It's just a shame that the program didn't know really how far it was going to be. And so it's only given me 100,000 for this job. I know I'm speeding, I just want to get past this truck. I mean, it's 10k difference in speed, so you know, it's not as if I'm holding anybody up. I mean, if I was level pegging this guy for like 2 or 3 miles, then yes, people would quite rightly get annoyed. Right, the question is that far enough? It looks like it. Okay, buy a little bit more time between us. And then there we go, we can start slowing down. And 80. There we go. Back on the cruise control. And all these cars can now overtake us. See, we weren't holding you up that much, were we? So a quick look at the map just to double check the route. Yes, that's fine. Up there, head towards Munich, back down again to Liechtenstein, and then through Switzerland also. Yes, that bit hasn't been updated yet. I don't expect it will. Not until SCS releases the new bridge. Depends on how large that update is, really. Oh yes, there we go. Signs for Munich. Oh, I do like Austria and Switzerland. I like that whole part of the world, really. I mean, I don't know why. I'm British, so there's absolutely no reason for those countries to feel like home to me. But yet there is something about them that just, I don't know, suits my personality, perhaps. So yes, we'll have to fill up with fuel again. We have come a fair way since the last time. Right, so yes, we can stay in this lane. That's good. Did that log truck just change lanes and then change lanes again? The same as that car? Make up your mind, guys. Which lane do you want to be in? Now, I was about to say, is this lane going to end, or is it going to stay with us? But no, it's ending. Just as I was thinking of that question myself. But there we go, 5,500 kilometres. Another 1,000 kilometres and we'll be halfway. Oh, that's just such a ridiculous concept. Because I don't think there are many jobs on the market that are even 1,000 kilometres long. I'm pretty sure. Ah, dearie me. Let's stop for fuel. Let's stop for fuel while we can. Yeah, just top off the tank. I mean, there's no point letting it go down all the way if you don't have to. It's only going to take a few minutes. Well, at least it's 105 here. It's not so bad. I'll tell you one thing, I can't believe how much fuel prices went down because of the whole virus situation. Because diesel was about £1.20 something per litre. And last time I looked at fuel prices, it was down to only just above £1. Absolutely ridiculous how much it came down. But like everyone else, I've hardly been driving. You know, I only do a quick trip to the supermarket once a week, if that. So frankly, I haven't even had to fill up either of the cars for since early March it was. You know, and the car we've been using lately, that's still well over 3/4 of a tank left. So we've not even used 1/4 of a tank in, 3 months? Coming on 4 months now? Yeah, it's more like 4 months. Okay, I need to be in that lane. No, I don't. No, I don't. It's one of these weird ones. Yeah. It's one of these weird ones where if you're going right, you need to be left. But if you're going left, you need to be right. That's really weird. It's really weird. Okay, the border with Germany. Or at least it should be Germany, unless something has gone very, very wrong. Germany. Add it to the list. So speed limit 80. And there we go. You see, Promods likes to tell you which region of Germany you're in, which I find quite interesting. Unless that's something the core game does. I don't think so. I've never seen it in the core game, but then I don't play the core game that much because Promods is great. There's a nice river down here. And of course I am speeding. I'm always speeding. I'm not even on the accelerator and I'm not slowing down. Come on, let's bring that speed down. Well, that'd be a nice place to stop, wouldn't it? Looks like a lot of other truckers have done the same. And of course, I immediately start speeding again. There we go. Cruise control. Job done. Don't have to worry about it now. This is going to take so long. I hope this right-hand lane sticks with us for a while now. I mean, it should do. The worrying thing is there's no hard shoulder. Just like usually when there's no hard shoulder, it means that this lane is going to end. Right, that lane is good. See, these signs are good. That tells you, that tells you with plenty of time exactly what lane you need to be in. Now, despite that, I wasn't actually looking at my sat-nav, which told me that actually, yes, you do need to come off here, but not all the way off because you're going left again. Yes, not going into Munich, but just towards Munich. and then turning off. You know what it was? I was too busy. Looking at the road signs and the fact they told you exactly where they were going. Right, it looks as if we're coming off, but how exactly? We're doing a right-hand turn, so must be that left hand. See, I'm doing it again. Because I'm driving on the right, it means I'm getting them mixed up. My brain is flipping the concept of right and left in order to cope with driving on the right. Ah, dear. I didn't actually expect this. And come down here, round what looks like a roundabout. Yeah. This is very strange. But I love it. I love an interesting road layout. Makes things not boring. Yes, we're going right. See, right. I said it again. We're going left. I know the difference between left and right. It's just my brain has rewired. I wonder if anyone else finds that. But it's only when I'm driving. Every other time, it's perfectly normal. Well, we'll go left. I mean, right. Now we'll go left. Proper left. Actual left. See, even when it's in the forefront of my head, it still takes a little while to correct myself. Oh dear. So yes, Germany will be quite a project when it comes to discovering all the roads. So will France, because there's a lot of that as well. So what's going on with these lanes here? Okay, that one on the right, I got it right this time, is indeed coming in. But this one is fine. Speeding again. See, I'm used to just having my foot to the floor. Not in real life, of course, but just in this game. That lane is changing, nothing in the mirror. So always keep an eye on your mirrors. Always. Yeah, see, I've driven along here before as well. Don't remember it. You'd think I would. It's a very old barn. I mean, you think I would remember coming down here before. I mean, I know I've done a lot of driving in Euro Truck. Did an awful lot of time in this game, so can't possibly remember everything, but you'd think I'd remember that. Oh look, somebody's got pulled over. Oh, I like stuff like that. Really gives you a feel for the world. Gives it a bit more life. Okay, so this is a interesting junction. Go straight on here. But I think I need to go left, but not fully left. Or is that? No, that's straight on. That counts as straight on. And I said left again, didn't I? I mean, technically we are going left. We're going left right now. But it's not what I meant. Oh dear. It's been a long day already. And we're not even halfway. And into another region. No, I'm not going to be able to overtake them. Go back in. I would like a bit more room. In order for things to happen. Ah. So it looks like last time I was through here I went to the service station. Oh, look at that, it's lunchtime. Ah. When did we actually leave? I mean, you know, like, what day? How many days has this been? Ooh, we're going back into Austria. Makes sense. No need to stop, of course, because EU. Thank you. We're going to miss that. Yeah, not going to get into Brexit. It's been 4 years since the Brexit vote. And everything's been done to death since then. But I miss being able to just rock around Europe. Okay. Bit of a traffic jam. Yeah, I'm just thinking last time I went abroad was indeed 2 years ago, or at least coming up to 2 years ago. To Switzerland, funnily enough. And where's that notification? Come on. I know it's only a tiny country, but you must have bothered doing it. Oh well. No notification then. Fine. Have it that way. Well, that was Liechtenstein. A minute? Less than a minute to cross it? Small countries. Anyway, in Switzerland. Definitely one of my favourite places. I mean, a lot of British people go to Spain for their holidays, but I'm not one that likes, well, heat and excessive sun. So Switzerland's great for that. You've got mountains, you've got views, lakes, forests. That's brilliant. I will need to sleep again at some point. Not too far from now. I wish when you went to sleep you could choose when to wake up again. Because when we rested in Austria, that was fine. But the time we rested previously, when we had to edit our save file essentially, I could have just done with staying in bed until 7 in the morning, to be honest. Instead you had to sleep twice. I've had 9 hours sleep. No, I'm going to put my head down for another 9 hours sleep. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. As long as you've had your minimum break, you should be able to take another couple of hours easy. Getting very close to those markers. Another train. Oh, come on. Oh look, a tunnel. Oh, come on. Just taking so long to get through Switzerland. Oh, no, that lane's gone. You see, this is one of the places where they do drop that lane, even if it means the through route goes down to 1 lane. It's annoying as anything. Well, at least we're coming off here. There we go. So I know it says 80 kilometres an hour. I know it says it's 80 kilometres an hour, but there's no way you'd do 80 kilometres an hour around a turn like that. That's a recipe for ending up on your side. And YouTube has recommended me enough truck recovery videos for some reason during this pandemic that I know the amount of effort it takes to get a truck upright again. YouTube's recommendation algorithm is really weird at the moment. It's like, why are you showing me all of this? I mean, it's very interesting, and yes, I do find it. I do find it very interesting. Spending an hour watching someone using his tow truck to to upright another truck. Yes, it's actually fascinating. I don't know why, but it's certainly something we need right now. So the signs probably, yeah, it looks as if we do come off. Yeah, once again, like in Munich, we come off and then we turn left. So you have to make absolutely doubly sure I got that right. Basel. Very nice place. Didn't actually spend any time here, but we did actually go through it. I think it's where we actually entered. Yes, it is. It's where we entered Switzerland. You know, in my real trip. I mean, we didn't have to go through the city itself. We stayed on the highway, but I can't see the light from there. Yeah, this is a very nice city. I mean, I actually spent time visiting Bern rather than Basel. Oh, wow. I'll just clip my trailer there a bit. You know, you see this and you think, am I supposed to be driving down here? This doesn't feel right. But no, you are. This is actually a tram track. Both ways. And then back on this motorway. Just go for it, just go for it. Come on. Ah, dear. And yes, this is that very border I crossed. Now, because we were on a coach, we did actually have to stop, because Switzerland isn't in the EU. But France is, so yes, we did actually have to stop. No one checked our passports or anything, but you know, we have to stop and get given the nod by the border guards. It's still a little bit too early to stop. You know what, I've completely lost count of how many countries we've been through. Oh well, I'll keep a running total. I'll have a little list pop up every time we cross a border. Obviously we won't count Croatia twice. Or whatever country it was that... Yeah, we won't count a country twice if we happen to do it that way. But certainly Austria we popped into twice, didn't we? But yes, I'll keep a list. I mean, you'll know because it'll be in the title. And yes, we're just under 5,000 kilometers. Somewhere to rest up here, but it's still a little early. It's still a little on the early side. Oh, and now she starts yawning. I was going to say I'll stop when she starts yawning. And of course, she starts yawning the minute that I make the decision not to stop here. And the minute it's too late to do anything about it. Oh dear. Typical. At least the speed limit's 90 at the moment. Wonder how long that will last. But anyway, yes, do need to stop at some point. Come on. Come on, get up to 90. You did it a moment ago. There we are. Okay, so yes, the next place that we can stop for a sleep, we'll stop. I already said we're going to stop. Stop yawning. Oh dear. Everybody's slowing down. Why did you suddenly decide to change lanes? I'm just going to undertake this guy. It's like, dude, why did you change lanes? That was completely pointless. So, Strasbourg. Funny thing that, from the name you'd expect it to be German. Yes, I am gonna stop. So just from the name you can tell a bit of history. You think, did it used to be German? And then the French got their hands on it? I wonder when, I wonder why, I wonder how. That's the kind of question you can come up with when you have an inquisitive mind. It spurs you to go out and find out. Okay, yes, we can move over. Because those signs at least say that the left-hand lane is ending. Plenty of warning. And there is somewhere to stop. Lovely. We have a red icon. Yes, I will. There's one right here. Stop nagging me. Oh yeah, it's a toll booth. Well, I mean, at least toll booths seem to have somewhere to stop. So, no, it's just this one here that's open. There's a load of traffic there. I'm going to go for this one. Excuse me, car. Did you not see me in front of you. It's me that gets to go because I'm in front of you. That's how this works. And look, we're parking up at another toll booth. At least they're good for something. That just as my eyes go to sleep, just as my eyes start closing. And sleep. You see, it's now 2:30 in the morning. I can't start driving at night. Sleep again. Okay, here we are. Yeah, 11:30. That's not entirely... it's not entirely as good as waking up. Waking up a few hours earlier. But there we are. That's what we've got. We've still got so much further to go. And 90. There we are. That truck's been pulled over for something. Right. Well, at least we're in France now. I mean, that feels a lot closer to Iceland than, you know, Iraq, or even, you know, anywhere along the along the coast opposite Italy. Interesting tunnel coming up, or is this just a cutting? Just a cutting is the answer. Well, I know for a fact I haven't seen that before. Yep, that lane is just going off up there. Good job we don't need that one. Someone else has got pulled over by the police around here. Ooh, we better be careful. If they're going to pull me over, it'll probably be for drunk driving, because it looks as if I'm all over the place, doesn't it? Right, which lane? Yeah, that one looks fine to me. You know what? Could probably have gone through those. Those look like automatic ones. Well, we'll try that next time. There's this tanker truck up there. What's he doing? Come on, dude, you've got an extra 5 kilometers an hour to play with here. Oh, no, we're coming off at the next junction. Yeah, Luxembourg, there we go. Now, does that mean that Luxembourg is very near? Does it mean it's nearby? Or is that just go in this direction for another 1,000 kilometres and you'll get there eventually? It's got to be fairly close now. You wouldn't signpost it if it was still a very, very long way away, right? So once we hit there, it's then into Belgium and then back into France, and then it's the tunnel back to Britain, and it's done then. Yeah, there we are. Brilliant. Not far at all. So, Luxembourg, right? Yeah, haven't been here before. At all. This would be a very, very quick country to knock on the head as well when it comes to exploring. But that is indeed for another day. Car, stay there. If you wanted to beat me out, then you really should have accelerated while you were on the slip road. You know how fast traffic goes on the motorway. And is that it? Is that really it for Luxembourg? And Belgium. Ooh, a little bit fast. Is it really 90? Is that an angry lemon driving a car there? You're saying that people who road rage are lemons? It's rather insulting, don't you think? So I wonder where we're going to be stopping next. Because, let's see. Pretty much 11:30, so it should be around about 9 in the evening then. If we go by a train, I don't think it gives us any rest, because of course, that only takes about 35 minutes. I don't think it gives us any rest. So we may indeed be resting in Britain. I doubt we'll be resting before we get to Ireland. And pull back in. Is that a hedgehog? I wonder what that was all about. Slow down and watch for hedgehogs, perhaps? Or, I don't know. It went past too quickly, I couldn't read it. Those meant to be road safety signs or something, because the message isn't entirely clear. I mean, okay, yes, the text is in a foreign language, but you know, you should be able to get the message across with graphics. I mean, that one. It's an angry little girl. Okay, so, yeah, we do need this, but we need to go straight on here. See, that's weird. If it wasn't for the fact that I glanced at the sat-nav beforehand, I wouldn't have a clue where we were supposed to be going. You know what, I'm not looking forward to coming back here and driving each one of these little roads, because doing that takes ages. But yeah, if that last poster was a road safety message, what kind of road safety message am I supposed to get from a picture of an angry little girl? Stop for brakes frequently, perhaps? Yeah, there she is again, look. Maybe we should stop and read it. If we see another one. No, we've got an awfully long way to go before we can stop. We'll just have to wonder about that. Is it? You know, take breaks frequently? So that your passengers aren't annoyed with you? I mean, you know, let's face it, when you're travelling in the car with someone else and they refuse to stop at a service station and you really need the toilet, you're almost ready to murder them. So I don't know, it's a legitimate message, I think. There we go, we're almost at 4,500 kilometres. Oh dear, what on earth is going on here? Come on guys, you had all the time in the world to change lanes. All the time in the world to change lanes, you really did. Well, I must admit, I'm glad I'm not speeding anymore, because the speed limit is 90, and that's what the truck limiter is set to. So I can't possibly speed anymore. It's impossible. Now this guy, see if I indicate, look, back off dude. I mean, is it that hard when someone's overtaking you just to back off the throttle just a little bit? Just a little. I'm not talking much. I'm not talking, you know, slamming your brakes on and having to get going again. Just back off a little bit to let people back in front of you. Okay, back into France. And of course remember that we do not count this twice. It's still the same France we were in earlier. It's not a different country. Well, there's signpost for Calais. At least that's where we're going. Wonder how far away that is. Halfway. How long has it taken us now? I have just lost track of time because we had to stop to edit the save game. That took a bit longer than I'd like to admit. Oh, we're back down to 80 now, are we? Okay. Oh, is it 90? Yeah, now it's 90. Make your mind up. And there we go. It's a bit tricky having the cruise control button set to the left analog stick, which is obviously what you use for steering. Because it means that if you want to set the cruise control, sometimes it affects your steering. Because, you know, trying to click in while steering is sometimes a bit complicated. A lot of railway tracks down there. Rather fast for that turn. I'm not going to bother slowing down. I mean, yes, I know that's a speed camera up there, but that's turned off now. Because the speed limits through all those checkpoints back in the Middle East was really annoying. And incredibly expensive as well. They'd fine you like £2,000 just for doing something like 13 instead of 10. Like, come on guys, it's a bit harsh. I mean, you know speedometers aren't that accurate once you get below 15. Slow down a bit now. We're coming off. Shouldn't be that far now. Because we're about halfway on our fatigue meter. A little over halfway on our fuel. Well, that's good. Probably shouldn't be doing 90 along a little road like this. Probably not a good idea. T-junction ahead, going downhill, so we certainly don't need the accelerator on at the moment. Nothing that way. Nothing that way, not that it matters that much. There we go. So this is a bit strange route, isn't it? Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll double check the map. Once it's decided to load, there we go. No, that's fine. That's the right route. We're not that far away. Because there's Brussels. And if you're gonna, I mean, frankly, If it was me, I would have probably taken the motorway around here rather than the shortcut. But this road is quite interesting. And we're not all that far away. So given that we're on about half, where was it that we took our break? It must have been around here somewhere, because we weren't that far away from the border, were we? So roughly there to there. If we're on half fatigue, it would be about the same. So that's probably here. So it's just before we reach the junction with the M5. That's probably where we're going to have to take our break. Who wants to place bets on whether we actually stop there or not? Actually, I think the fatigue meter is a little bit more than halfway now. But do we get any of that back when we go on the train? That's the big question. You do on the ferry, because that takes hours. Okay, this is a red light. How much is 30 kph anyway, in miles an hour? It's got to be something like 20. Because 50 kph is near enough 30. So it's going to be in that kind of region. Of course I'm speeding again, aren't I? Sorry, Mr. Coach. Do have good brakes. I kind of wanted these lights to change before then. Because who exactly are we waiting for? There's no one coming the other way. There's no one coming down that side road. So why are these lights still red? Come on. Oh, yeah, I can see that little thing down there turning. Why does it take so long? There we go. God dear. I don't think I've ever been sat at a set of red lights in a game like this for that long. In real life, yeah. I actually timed it once. At one particular set of red lights, I think we were there for 2 minutes. I mean, it was a complicated junction. But it was something like the red light was like 2 minutes long. Yeah, that junction's not very good. The one in real life, not the one we just went through. Yeah, that junction really isn't very good. You just got all this stuff approaching from all angles and... Ooh, something's going on here. There's that crane again. Glad that's not on our side. So, the sun makes it difficult to see. But yes, we definitely need the right-hand lane. See, I'm doing it again. The right-hand lane for the tunnel. And I must admit that Promods has made getting into the tunnel on the English side a real experience. But they haven't done anything on this side, because this is the way it used to be on the English side. You know, just drive in and drive on. But on the English side, there's a whole network of roads and checkpoints and things, which is just like in real life. It's great. Not that we're going to see it going this way. We won't see it going this way because, of course, the whole point is that once the train arrives, you drive off, and that's it. Here's the truck one. I mean, you could go down either ramp, to be honest, but well, then it makes an awful lot of difference. Ah, the train. It's been a long time since I've been on this train. But yeah, the idea with the train is that once the train gets in, that's it. All you have to do is just drive straight off. No more checks, nothing. And here we are. So yes, we just come off here, don't we? Let's wiggle off. It is 7:40, and yes, we haven't had any sleep because, of course, it's only half an hour. Which does not pose a problem, because we knew that was going to happen. That was it. So yeah, thankfully you can just drive straight off. Tell you one thing, now that we're here, it's the wrong button, but anyway. Let's go into the menu, come on. There we go. Now that we're in Britain, we're going to change our settings back to gameplay. Scroll down. So, change kilometres to miles, that's it. I'm not entirely sure if the reading on my thing down there is in... No, that's in miles an hour. That's good. The analog dial there is still in kilometres. That's still in kilometres, which is fine. Better turn our lights on because the sun is getting quite low. I really should check that way first. I really should. So yes, you can just drive straight out. Double checking that you know to drive on the left. Do we need this lane or what? I don't know. But yeah, all the whole terminal thing is all over there. I'm not overtaking anyone at the moment, so let's just pull in here a bit. Is it really still 40? Oh, I want to overtake so badly. Screw it. I mean, come on, it's a big road. There's a train. But that does not look... Ooh, I wonder if they fixed the problem. I'm pretty sure somewhere around here... I'm pretty sure somewhere up here there's like an invisible wall that you just drive straight into. I'm pretty sure they fixed it though. I saw something on the forums that they knew it was there. And that must be at least 2 years ago now. There we go, 56. That is the limit. Hello, police officer. Nothing to see here. M26. Head towards Heathrow. Take us around the southern edge of London. So we certainly don't want to go around the north, because that is a massive diversion. So I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. We have been playing for so long that the batteries in my headphones are almost flat. They've started beeping at me. So hopefully they can last until we rest, and then we can have a little break and I can plug them in. Oh, this is throwing up all sorts of problems. Problems I never knew I would face with such a long gaming session. Well, at least the streetlights have come on. Yeah, my headphones beeped at me again. Okay, guys, okay. Just give me about half an hour and I can plug you in. I don't know if they still work when they're plugged in. Well, we shall have to see. We shall have to see. Oh, this is a big interchange. Well, hey, we're in Britain. We've come such a long bloody way. Oh, and of course the mileage has changed now. 84,000 miles. Not than the 130 odd kilometres it was showing. You left that a bit late, didn't you, mate? There's definitely something really relaxing about this game. It really is, I can't describe it. My sat-nav says it's safe to change lanes, but this lane's not going anywhere else. Right, we better change lanes again because we do not need the M3. Oh wow, there's 2 lanes going that way. You could have given me a bit more notice of that. And move over to the left again. Plane. So if that's the M3, it should be Gatwick over there somewhere. Or maybe we've come all the way around. Yeah, it's just time for M4. That would have taken off from Heathrow. Yeah, we go head towards Reading and Slough. Not into London. Most certainly not into London. There we are. Headphones beeping at me yet again. You see, this is a sign from Promods. So, are the Promods team actually doing something around here, or what? Quite funny seeing those signs. Oh, of course, and now my person is yawning. Okay, we'll find somewhere, don't worry. Now, of course, the reading in the bottom is in miles, so we can't compare it now. So it's 2,500 miles. So that would be... I don't know. I can't convert miles to kilometres quickly. I mean, maybe I should change back to kilometres. I mean, I'm not in Britain for very long. Yeah, I mean, we'd still be able to keep an eye on how our distance is going. Oh, there's an awful lot of traffic building up here. Right, okay, so if we look at... Right, so if we take 50 miles an hour is roughly 80k, right? You can see that from the speedo. So that means that we must have 4,000 kilometres to go, right? That sounds about right to me. Things gone red. Where's this place we were supposed to be stopping? Yes, I know, I've got to find somewhere to rest. There's one on my map, it's just a long way away. Right, this one. I don't care if it's not the one we were planning for. But this is where we're stopping. Sorry, dude, I gotta get in here. Here we are. Is this the one we decided to stop at? That's the big question. Okay, stop engine and rest. 11 PM. Takes us to 8 AM. That's lovely. Right, quick look at the map. Once it loads, it takes a little while to load. Yes, this is exactly where we had decided to stop. And while we're here, I'm just going to go and see if I can plug my headphones in. Won't be a minute. Right, that was a little bit of a palaver. Because when I plugged it in, it turned my headphones off, which meant that it lost the Bluetooth connection, and that meant that OBS now didn't have anything to record because it's recording from the wrong audio device. It's all weird. Anyway, here we are. And of course there's different output volume. So I can't see that way. It's my blind spot now because I'm on the wrong side of the road. I don't leave my lights on. Who cares? If there's something coming, we're just going to go for it. So yes, we are below half of our fuel, but we're going to see how far we can push it. Because once we reach Swansea, it starts turning into pure Promods territory. Because right now, this is all very vanilla SCS around here. I mean, Promods may have tweaked stuff, but they wouldn't have done an awful lot. You know, they might have updated the gantries, for instance. You know, the signs on the gantries they may have tweaked with. They may have tweaked the layout of junctions, but it's largely what was already done. But yes, once we go past Swansea, it'll be all SCS work. All Promods work, sorry. And so it actually looks quite interesting once you get past there. So this junction, of course, is pure Promods, because this is how it is in real life. It's actually one of these cloverleaf intersections, not the weird staggered T-junction thing they have in vanilla. I don't know why. Why didn't they do this? I mean, they've got the prefab in the map editor, so it's not as if they had to do any work to put it in. I think as I've said in my other Euro Truck videos, it's a holdover from the UK Truck Simulator, where I don't think that prefab existed at that time. I think all they did with the UK map was just pretty much copy and paste it from UK into Euro Truck 2. It's interesting. It's funny how you can pick up on bits of history just by observing design choices. So thankfully, this bridge in real life doesn't have a toll on it anymore. And my headphones beeped at me again, so they're obviously not charging. Or they can't be on while charging. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting as to how far they last. Welcome to Wales. See, at least we've got that sign there now. I don't think SCS actually had that. So yes, we are counting this as a separate country, because it is. It most definitely is a separate country. No matter what anybody else might think. It's just a shame there's no Newport. It just goes straight to Cardiff, but you know, the way the map is compressed, there's not enough room for it. It's like people really want Bristol as well, and you know, look on the map, there's nowhere to put it. Imagine this, but 1-to-1. It sent a chill down my spine just thinking about that. This would take forever. This would probably take weeks. This job. I mean, hey, I'd be up for it, but not all in one go. So I think we should probably fill up. Because that is getting a little bit low now. Not sure I like the way that sign is sticking out into the road like that. And there we are. Oh yeah, stop the engine. See, 128 a litre, that's not far off what it got to before COVID. It's not far off at all, actually. Oh, the expense. Right, there we go. So there's this car carrier to go past, and then we're free. We do need to change lanes, of course, but we'll accelerate a bit before that. Now change lanes, just to make sure that no one else tries to overtake us. Now my house would be down that way somewhere. About 20 minutes from that junction. Oh, we're slowing down, are we? Oh wow, you changed lanes with very little warning. Now I'm wondering whether this is, you know, actual part of the map, or whether it's one of those random events. That's the word I was looking for. You really slow down to 30 miles an hour through there? I don't think so. Ooh. I don't know why I steered off to the right there. A little twitch in my finger, I think. I was about to say, come on, just a little bit more speed. And of course, yes, we're on the limiter, aren't we? Yes. There's not much we can do about that. I mean, look, at least it's 3 lanes. At least we're 3 lanes wide, so if anybody wants to get past, they can. So he's now decided to brake because that lane is disappearing. Not sure why it would happen that way round on a real motorway though. It'd be the other lane that did it. So I'm trying to think about what happens around here in the original map. Because I'm fairly sure that we reach this junction and then it becomes not... It then changes from the M4 up to the road which goes around and heads up north. I should probably get the map out. See, yeah, it's M4 to here, and then it becomes this road going up that way. You know, like that's not a junction, and this is a thin road, I think, in the original one. Anyway. So anyone from the area will recognise this junction in particular and the services we're about to get to at this junction. We just come off that because this is the end of the M4. And yes, it does just end at a roundabout with traffic lights. So we're in definite Promods country now. This is 100% Promods. And the services off to the side here are incredibly accurate. I mean, we don't need to go in, unfortunately, but they are very accurately modelled. So, off this way. See, this road in real life is quite a nice road, actually. Let's keep going. 56, there we go. So yeah, it's quite a nice road in real life, this. It's dual carriageway for quite a distance. Then once you hit Carmarthen, then it kind of breaks up a bit. Becomes a bit windy, which is quite strange considering it is pretty much the main road for traffic from Europe going to Ireland. Just these narrow Welsh roads out in the middle of nowhere. It's ridiculous how people haven't, petitioned for the roads to be upgraded. I mean, there's plenty of traffic going out there. There really is. I mean, it's not as if these are quiet country roads or anything. I really should have looked that way first. Come on, dude, I'm on the roundabout. You give way to people on the roundabout. I see. I wonder what could be in that tanker that's for a forestry place. It's probably something like turpentine, because that comes from wood. And obviously would require a big tanker to transport. But from sawmill? I don't know. Pretty sure you don't get turpentine just from sawing up wood. Oh, I don't know. Again, it's one of those things where you don't know the answer. Or why not go and look it up? Find out. Expand your sphere of very useless knowledge. Yeah, so here we go. Windy road. As I said, it's a very nice drive down here. You would think, wouldn't you, that the main road to Ireland would be better grade than this. Because you can imagine one little accident and this road is just jammed. A bit of bad weather, fallen tree, a lorry that gets tipped over at a roundabout. And you know, all the traffic down the A40 just grinds to a halt. Because of course you can't send trucks down the little tiny side lanes. No, they got to stick to the big main routes, and this is pretty much the only one in the area. So imagine this, you're running late for your ferry. And you're having to deal with all of these roundabouts and speed limits. How annoying that must be. Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's a very pretty road. If you're feeling a bit tired right now, this is going to wake you up. Just looking at those signs, trying to see where we're going. So, ferry, of course, is this way. And that'll be us for Britain until we get off the ferry again in Scotland. Because, of course, Northern Ireland is not in Britain. It's in the UK, but it's not in Britain. Oh, nearly there. Tesco on the left there. Fishguard Bay over there. All very nice. Ocean Lab. Not sure why it would be all the way out here, but hey, as long as you're by the sea, I suppose it doesn't matter. Parking space for a lot of lorries here. But we are going straight on. So we don't seem to have knocked that much distance off, have we? Anyway, this is our ferry. The ferry itself wasn't discovered, apparently. Okay. Rosslare. Over to Ireland, then up Ireland, and then back across. Come on, I did click the button. There we are. Oh yeah, while we're here, it is going to go calculating route, and that's the wrong button again. So press escape, come on, there we go. We need to change back to kilometres. I think we'll leave it on kilometres now. It's too much effort changing back and forth all the time. Come on, there we go. And kilometres. Boop. We'll drive right here first. Drive on the left. We didn't need reminding, but it appears that other people do. So we just need to check the map because that did try and load. So yeah, that's pretty much our only waypoint now. So there we go, around Dublin, up towards Belfast, and then catch the ferry at Larne. And that is a very nice road, that one. Well, it all is through through Scotland, to be honest. And then we reach Iceland, and then it's a slog. Oh dear, that way through Iceland is a slog, actually. It's been a while since I've been around Iceland. Well, Iceland, yes, and Ireland. So, yes, we certainly don't need a rest. We probably had one on the boat. Yes, we certainly don't need a rest at the moment. And yes, we are speeding. But there, 3,500 kilometres. It's still such a long way. I mean, even in vanilla, you know, when you only have the DLC, that's still a long way. Ooh, he's pulling out. Come on, dude, why so slow? Swimming pool! Well, that looks so good on a day like this. Oh, what I would give for a swimming pool like that. Makes you wonder though, if you have a swimming pool, how often do you actually use it? Because you've got this great big thing in your back garden, full of water. It takes a lot of effort to keep it all clean. You know, you must have to like swim in it, you know, at least once a week to just try and get your money's worth out of it. I mean, during summer, I suppose it wouldn't be much of a problem, you know. Oh, it's a bit hot this evening. We'll go for a dip in the pool. Because, yeah, right now it's the 20th of June and it is really quite warm outside at the moment. I was washing the windows earlier today. And I kind of wish I wasn't. Oh dear. I can report that my headphones are still beeping at me. So this is a very weird sort of roundabout. It's like, why don't you mark lanes properly. I don't know what lanes to take. Right, come on, let's get moving. That sign said 80. Oh, there's another roundabout. So yes, this is all Promods work, so it's all interesting. Which way are you going? You're going off there, okay. Fine, at least you were indicating. Roundabout again. The thing is, you will be able to see a timer that tells you exactly how long we've been going and how long we still have till we get there. I have none of that information. I have none of it whatsoever. Okay, we're approaching that marker. That marker we put down, how long ago was it? Feels like an age. Come on, dude, I'm doing 90 kilometers an hour here. Why would you try and overtake? Oh dear, I almost zoned out for a minute then. Well, that'd be dangerous in real life. Interesting bend coming up here. I remember this bend from when I explored Ireland, all those years ago, it feels like now. I seem to remember that it's because of the junctions. In order to explore the junctions completely, I had to come up and down here several times because of the way the junctions were laid out. And at that point, I wasn't teleporting. You know, so if I had to come down here to turn around and go back up again, basically. Because there's no gap in the barrier. There's no other way through. I mean, yeah, these days I would have turned around and just driven in the opposite direction and the wrong way up the highway. Or failing that, I would have teleported. But yes, I didn't use those techniques back then. Yes, here you go. You can see this junction here, so you'd have to come off and... So we're not coming off, we're staying on. But yeah, you'd have to come off and go down there and then turn around and come back and, and then go this way. And do that at least twice. because you've got the through route and then you've got the slip roads. So it took a long time. I mean, you can tell I've spent a lot of time driving just by the number of kilometres that are there on the speedo. And this isn't even my original truck, because I had a bog standard truck when I started. And then SES released an update which had the brand new Scania in it, the one I'm in now, and that's when I switched to this one, and done 136,000 kilometres ever since. I'm sure that statistic's recorded in my profile somewhere. I mean, I do have 1,300 hours of playtime on my Steam profile for this game, which is frankly ridiculous. As I said, I like this game. I do. Okay, so it appears we're starting to drop some frames now around here, which is interesting. I mean, it is a fairly complicated area of the map as we go past Dublin, but it shouldn't be that difficult to render. See, I'm staying in this lane because that's what the signs on the floor said, and now it's saying I can go in this lane. Come on, headphones, I know you're dying on me. You've just got to last. So it's this way. Helps if you don't miss the turn. Oh, come on, it's 90 round here. Okay, so yeah, we need that lane. Turn my lights on, it's starting to get dark again. So we need that lane because we need to pull out like that. The junction's a bit dangerous, what with people merging and splitting off and things. Alright, let's not speed. Well, now it's gone up to 90 again. Just as I was slowing down because I was speeding. And then decides to up the speed limit on me. Make your mind up. Right, well, our fatigue symbol is about halfway. Given that it's about 8:30 in the evening, I would say that we just stop anyway, because the sun's getting quite low. Although, aren't we going north? Why is the sun all the way in the north? Right, so check the map. question is, do we stop here or somewhere else? Do we stop here? Is there anywhere else fairly nearby that we can stop? No, not really. Not really. So do we stop now? Or do we just try and blast it onto the ferry? Because that would at least mean then that we have a sleep on the ferry. It's not as if there's anywhere like along here to stop. I mean, you could stop like in a town. I think we blast it. Let's blast it to the ferry. I'm sure we can make it. Yeah, I'll put the hammer down through Northern Ireland. Get on the ferry, then we can have a nice sleep on there. At least I hope it lets us sleep on the ferry. It's not a very long crossing. I wonder what they're doing there. They haven't pulled anyone over. And there's a couple of little bits on that junction that are unexplored. I wonder what they changed there. So we are approaching a border which is going to have something done with it. Because Brexit rears its ugly head again. So you either put border controls in between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, which of course is against the Good Friday Agreement, and would cause all kinds of trouble that I'm most certainly not qualified to discuss. Or you put the border between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK. Now that, of course, means that Northern Ireland will then be treated differently than the rest of Britain, which means that that side of that particular discussion is going to be angry. I mean, you can't please everyone. Frankly, the only way of pleasing both sides of that particular division is to stay in the EU. So that there's no restriction or barrier between Northern Ireland and the rest of Ireland, and Northern Ireland is treated exactly the same as the rest of the UK. It's a very tricky situation that unfortunately the government has entirely created for itself and isn't in any way prepared to deal with it. They have literally been kicking it down the road. They've been kicking the can down the road for years. We're in a bit of a transition period at the moment. But the government is refusing to ask for an extension because it's being incredibly bloody stubborn. The EU are most definitely give us an extension, because let's face it, we are in very, very uncertain times. You know, everyone's affected equally. We're all up in the air. We're all dealing with something else right now and not Brexit. Because unfortunately, Brexit has been a massive distraction in British politics for the last 5 years. We've barely got anything else done. So the country at the moment has a lot of problems that no one has been dealing with. Because Brexit has been taking up all the parliamentary time. See, I could stop here, but I'm not that far away. And they haven't started yawning yet, and it's not gone red yet, so we've got a bit of time left. But anyway, I won't bang on about Brexit, because frankly, it's both boring and depressing at the same time. Belfast. So coming off here. Yes, that's right. Making doubly sure we're going exactly where we need to be. Didn't realise there were traffic lights here, to be honest. So we need to go straight over like that. Jesus Christ, what are you doing, mate? Come on. You're just changing lanes. Come on, dude. Get back in your bloody lane. Why would you change lanes like that? That's not what the road markings say at all. Let's go back in cab. So, let's see what the damage is on that one. 15 to the truck, 9 to the trailer, and 1 to the cargo. I don't know how much of that was that incident itself. God dear. Now that was either very badly programmed AI or very, very awesomely well programmed AI. Because let's face it, there are people who drive like that on the roads. And that's frightening. And that's also what's frightening about self-driving cars. I'm not against the concept, you know. Far from it. I'm all for self-driving cars, but the problem is, until every car is a self-driving car, you're going to get things like that. You're going to get people changing lanes suddenly and abruptly. You see all those dashcam videos on YouTube about people brake checking other drivers. especially a goods vehicle, like this. You pull in front of something like this and then slam your brakes on, and that truck is not stopping. He's just going to plough straight through you. Ah, dear. Well, that livened things up a bit. Oh, dear. Right, come on. When are these lights going to change? I mean, this is the main road. That's the side road. There we go. Well, it's not an awful lot of damage, but it's still damage. It's going to come out of our pocket when we drop it off. Don't you dare. Don't you dare change lanes. Nothing there. Right, you're going that way. Good. Now, it looks like there should be 2 lanes. And for some reason, you only get the markings here. Come on, people. Don't skimp on the paint. Almost on the ferry. So, I was going to... There we go, we're yawning now. So I was going to try and do this whole thing in one go, but unfortunately, my headphones keep beeping at me. So I am going to have to cut it at that point. Right, so we need this lane. So yes, I will have to cut it. So I'm being completely open and honest with you about this. We will have to cut it, and I'm going to have to leave my headphones on to charge. Hopefully that won't take too long. Hopefully a quick half-hour charge will be enough and we can get right back to it. But yeah, we'll go on the ferry, we'll come off the other end, and we'll see what our rest situation is like. Because hopefully that will be reset, and it'll be in the morning. I don't think it'll take that long. See, it says ferry terminal that way, but we're going this way. It's slightly confusing. But anyway, here we are. We'll get on the ferry, we'll get off the other end, and we'll see what our rest situation's like. Yeah, it's only 2 hours, so I doubt we're really going to reset our rest situation. But you never know. You may do. No, it hadn't. Okay, never mind. There is actually somewhere to stop a bit. Look at that. It's 2 in the morning, and yet the sky is light. It's because we're so far north. And I don't know why it sets us off on the right-hand side of the road like that. Anyway. But look, at least we have a car park, so we can park up here and get some rest. There we go. Looks like a lot of people are doing the same. So if we get in here, and nip around the back. There's my trailer. Come around here, come on, move that steering wheel. That's it. Pick a lane and go for it. It's not going to be lined up all that well, but there's no one else here. Okay. So when does this? Oh wow, 11 o'clock. Okay. Well, I'm going to be back when I have charged up my headphones. Okay, and we are back. My headphones are now recharged. So no more annoying beeping. I mean, you know, not that you could hear it, but I could. And the problem is, if my headphones... I couldn't turn the lights off. If my headphones lose power and disconnect, the way the OBS is set up... Uh-oh. Whoops. The way OBS is set up means that it would stop recording the game audio, because it's set to record the audio that's being piped to my headphones. Yes, I thought you were coming this way. Anyway, yes, we are in Scotland. Can't remember if I mentioned it when we got off the ferry, but obviously another country to knock off our list. So yes, I had an hour break there while my headphones were recharging. It's not actually what I wanted to do. I wanted to do all this in one go, but technical issues and everything. It's a lovely part of the world. Going a bit quick though. (3,000 kilometers). Well, 2.9, but what's 100 kilometers between friends, eh? No, less than 3,000. So it's less than a third of the distance still to go. I mean, I do like it around here. I mean, look at all these houses. Look at those houses over there. You know, perfect. Makes you actually feel as if you're really here. Let's have a look down there. Oh, I thought the light had gone green then for a moment because of those green icons over there at the fuel station. And there we go. UK lights, of course, go red and yellow before they turn green, which means they give you some warning. It gives you time to make sure that you're in the right gear and to take your handbrake off before you start moving. I mean, yes, you know, it could just go green straight away, but I don't know, there's psychological impact of getting that little bit of warning just before the lights are about to turn green. Remember, it's 80 kilometers an hour. Let's not speed. Stop speeding. So it's the default route all the way now. No more diversions. No more diversions. You've still got a fair amount of distance to go in Scotland. Obviously the Faroe Islands, you know, that's nothing. That'll be done in a couple of minutes. Just in and out. And then Iceland, which is much bigger than it really should be. Yes, Iceland seems to be built at a slightly different scale to the rest of the map. But you do have an awful lot of country to cram in. I mean, I'm glad they did it that way. Because, just means more Iceland to explore, more beautiful scenery. Those are the words I was looking for. Now, the thing is, it is fairly flat around here in real life. You know, you'd think Scotland, you think, oh, you know, where are all the hills? Well, those aren't hills for a start. That's water over there. Got some hills around here, though. It may be 80, but that's far too fast for this corner. Must admit, the lighting at the moment seems a bit weird, because the sky just goes white, and then the road just goes, well, a light shade as well. Oh well, at least it's a nice blue colour now. See, the thing's right, if anywhere should be raining, it's Scotland. And yet, it rained in the Middle East. It's the only time we had rain on this trip, on this very, very long trip, is in the Middle East, which is kind of strange. Come on, dude. Oh, you're going that way as well. Why couldn't you have gone straight on? I've got to follow you. Come on. Come on, let's go faster. It's 80 kilometre an hour speed limit. Come on, faster, faster. I mean, I'm pulling a trailer as well. Admittedly 8 tons rather than whatever you might have in yours, but still. See, now it's a roundabout, so now it's fine for you to slow down for the roundabout. You're indicating left. Oh, thank God for that. We are not following him. .97, hammer down. Let's go for it. Oh, and now it's 80. It said 97. By the time we managed to get anywhere near that speed, the speed limit had come down again. I see you. I see you, Mr. Policeman. It's really weird. Sort of trying to drive while you're looking sideways. Really weird. Okay, motorway. It's not going the way we're going, but motorway. Give way. No, nothing coming. Good. Sign for Glasgow and Edinburgh this way. Awesome. A74M. Lovely. I know exactly where we are now. The main road up the west of the country. What on earth is that red car doing? It just stopped in the middle lane. It's like, no, actually, I want to go this way. I really hope it was programmed to do that, because that's what some real drivers actually do. And then it's not just a glitch in the AI code that happens to be displaying real behaviour, because that means the AI is far more intelligent than we give it credit for. And it's actually showing emergent behaviour. It's becoming self-aware. That would be worrying. Okay, so there's clearly that lane shut. And the speed limits. Let's change another lane. We're not technically allowed to be in this lane, of course. But screw that for a laugh. I mean, it's roadworks. It's 2 lanes. It's down to 2 lanes. That means we're allowed to use what would be the 3rd lane. That's how I'm justifying it anyway. A little bit on the fast side. Little bit on the fast side there. Okay, services coming up. Fuel is okay. I mean, it's halfway, but fine for now. Just change lanes now. I mean, I'm sure you're like me right now. If anyone is still watching all this way through, I'm sure you feel like me right now. In that, oh my god, just get there. Let's just finish. Edinburgh's off that way. Still heading straight ahead. Oh shit, I'm yawning in real life now. I'm so tired. Oh no, don't want that lane. That is not the way we want to go. I mean, it's a nice looking road, but that's not the way we want to go. So that's us up by Glasgow. Won't be too long now before we're in Inverness. Then up to catch the ferry. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Just keep going. While we have a look at this statue. Right. He's been pulled over. But he's slowing down for some reason, don't know why. I mean, yeah, it is rather tight turns. Oh, now he's accelerating. Okay, thank you for that. Ooh, going a bit fast around these corners. I better slow down. I'll set it to 80 for now. The rest of it does look rather windy. Oh yes, it's the A9. Of course it is. Right, what's this say? Oh yes, we're coming off here obviously, heading up to Inverness. Because we're not heading to Edinburgh. I don't think I've seen one like this for quite a while. Come on, don't stop, go! Why on earth were you stopping? It got it into its head that I wanted it to stop. No, just slow down so you don't like run straight into the roundabout. Okay. Up this little road. I must admit, I've only been on the A9 once in real life, and it was quite an interesting road. I mean, it is like this. You know, pretty much single carriageway for a lot of it. But the views are spectacular. I would say don't take it if you're in a hurry, but it is the main road through the area, so if you have to take it, you have to take it. But yeah, if you're just a tourist in the area, then definitely take your time. I mean, you know, don't hold traffic up or anything, but you know, go around, find the occasional place to stop and just have a look. It is a very nice road. Come on then, guys, let's go. Okay, we're just going to have a quick check of the map. As I thought, we are north of Glasgow and Edinburgh and headed up here. So, Inverness, and then Thurso, and then off we go. Ooh, look at that. Does that mean that we're into the same one? No, you're in one and out the other. That's what it is at Torshavn. That's where it is there. So, would you say we're about halfway through Scotland? Our trip through Scotland now? About. Yeah, I'd say that. I'd say we're getting halfway through our trip through Scotland. If we're not already, we will be just the other side of Perth. But 2,500 kilometres to go. They do tick past, don't they? AT. Of course, yes, another roundabout. You get some speed up, you hit your cruise, and then boof. There's a roundabout. Let's see, we're speeding again. It does take me a little while to notice, unfortunately. Whenever I glance down at the map for a navigation update, if the speedy thing says it's red, then oh no. Well, we're getting there. Every minute brings us closer to the destination. Ah, so yes, this bit isn't so bad, is it? I'm not going to bother accelerating because it just stops up here anyway. Or at least the dual carriageway bit does. Does that mean we drop down to 80? I mean, we should. No, still 97? Oh no, there we go, it's 80 again. Ah, bloody knew it. Ooh, little thing in the road there. Well, that can certainly catch you out if you're not paying attention. I don't know, is it starting to look a bit dark to you? Looks a bit dark to me. No, 6 in the evening, it's to be expected. Well, haven't we had a good run along here? It's been miles. Miles since I've had to slow down. Oh dear, I'm really yawning now. Oh, can you blame me? It is getting late, and this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would, to be honest. Oh dear, because it's been about 6.5 hours recording already. Something like that anyway. It probably won't be that much when I actually come to upload it. It's probably 6 hours something though, pretty sure. I mean, but how much longer is it going to be? Because does that mean it's going to be almost or a bit more than 1,000 kilometers an hour? So we're still looking at 2 hours left. Well, we do have the ferry. That's going to take an awful lot of that distance off. Even so, we've had ferries before, and that took a lot of distance off then. So I don't know. I don't know how this compressed distance relates to actual time. I mean, okay, yes, that ETA, that's you know, that's 2 in-game days from now. Well, okay, how long does an in-game day take? I mean, we must have stopped for breaks at least 6 times. So it's got to be, well, an hour or less. It can't be any more than 2 hours. It can't be. I mean, maybe half an hour to get to the ferry, and then another hour then through Iceland perhaps, so maybe an hour and a half. That kind of scale, certainly. Yeah, I just don't know. I need to turn my lights on because it's getting a bit dark. Come on then. Mind you, at least an hour and a half you can sort of see it and go, yeah, I can see that length of time. Of course, you're probably now looking at this video and saying, but we've still got 4 hours left. He has no idea what he's in for. I really hope it's not that. I've probably jinxed myself now. But yeah, I've got no idea how long this is going to take me now. I've made an educated guess based on all the information I have to hand. And that says anywhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours. But hey, at least we get to enjoy this bit of Scotland. And over the bridge. Oh, somebody pulled over there. That's a great place to pull someone over. Fantastic place. Could have pulled over here, wait and get off the road a bit. Now, if memory serves me correctly, there's roadworks along this bit of road somewhere. I might be thinking of another bit of road entirely, of course. But after all, we have been through Inverness. So this is pretty much the final stretch now. Up to the ferry. So it'll be along here somewhere. And it's not as if there's another route we can do that's like further east, because there's water over there. No. Now somewhere along here, a bit further up I think, I mean, you know, a lot further up than this, there's a set of roadworks where it goes down to one lane and with like temporary traffic lights and stuff. I remember from one of my previous videos we had a bit of bother there. Yeah, that's right, just leave cones in the middle of the road for no reason at all. Oh yes, and now my person is, of course, tired. It's not been that long. It's only been 12 hours, what's wrong with you? Come on, let's just get to the ferry. That'll give you time to sleep. I hope I can get to the ferry actually in time. So that's a nice line of cliffs. Let's have a quick check of the map. Oh yeah. Yeah, easy. That's not that far at all. I'm pretty sure it's around here somewhere that the road works is. I'm pretty sure. Or at least it used to be. So we're now at the stage where I do want to get some fuel. So that place we spotted on the map, we'll stop there for some fuel. And I hope we don't have to stop for a sleep. Because I really would like to get this leg of the journey done before we sleep. Because you can sleep on the ferry. You can sleep on the ferry. Bad view, that really. All that ocean. And yes, our icon has gone red. Ah dear. Okay, may as well stop here then. It's gone red. That's the universal signal that, yeah, look, you need to do this now. Why am I going backwards so much? Stop. Put my parking brake on just to make doubly sure. Come on then, fill up. And there we go. Let's just pop it into this bay over here. Alright, you can sleep. It's 9 in the evening. Look at that. 6 in the morning. That's actually the perfect time to be waking up. The way. There we go. Beautiful. So 6 in the morning, not a bad time to start your shift. I mean, look at that. I really need to... I can't see out of that side that well from here. That's why you need a truck that has the steering wheel on the correct side. Of course, the correct side depends on which country you're currently driving in. So it's a good job I've got the air pressure simulation turned off, because it is taking a long time at like full revs to charge up my air. It's like, why did you lose pressure overnight? Is there not a valve to stop it bleeding off? Don't tell me when you turn the engine off it just dumps all the pressure in the reservoir. Pretty sure that's not how it works. I could be wrong, I've never driven a truck in real life, so that might very well be how it works. This is why truck drivers very rarely turn their engines off. Okay, it's meant to be 80, I'm doing 90. Fair enough, fair enough. My route advisor called me out on it again. As long as I take action once I notice it, we're fine. So just up here and hop on the ferry. And then hop on another ferry, and then we'll be in Iceland. (2,146 kilometers). That speed is bleeding off rather quickly. Did I say speed? I meant distance. It's been a long day. It's been a long day, forgive me. My brain is slowly turning into mush. Don't you dare say it was like that way to begin with. I know what some people are like. Thurso. Awesome. Do not be a train, do not be a train, do not be a train. Last thing you want is a train coming and dropping the barriers on you. Not when you got a ferry to catch. Okay, slow down. See, we could go right, but equally we can go straight on and then go right. Oh, you black car. What are you doing? Okay, Mr. Policeman, I'm sorry I cut that corner a bit. But you know what us truck drivers are like. We need the room. Come on, turn that off. Right. Here we are, the ferry. Not going to be long now. We'll be there any minute. And see, it's not Stromness, is it? No. There we go. Okie dokie, let's go. And we can knock the Faroe Islands. At least I'm sure that's how it's pronounced. But we can knock the Faroe Islands off our list. Or add it to our list. Either way, you know what I mean. That way, nothing coming. Lovely. Because nothing spawned in yet. And then we just got to go through the weird one-way system through the centre of town. Right, there we go. Fine. Nothing coming. Don't need our lights on again. Oh man, look at that. 5 PM. You see, things, the ETA doesn't take into account rest breaks. Does not take into account rest breaks. Neither does the job planning. It doesn't give you time for rest breaks. I seem to read somewhere that they give you a leeway of about 3 hours with a job. So yes, if you have a long job, then they'll have been fairly generous with the timing anyway, and then they'll give you an extra 3 hours. But with a really long job like this, where they don't really know how far it's going to be, right, off to Iceland. Look at all that snow. Oh, it makes me feel cool already. There we go, the final country on our list. Our destination country. There's no more borders to cross. No more ferries. Just a little over 1,000 kilometers left to go. 17 hours of driving. And of course, being so far north and being summer, it is of course permanently daylight. So, yep, lights are okay. Look at this. This is such a contrast to all that sand and camels that we started this job with. hours ago. Just look at how wiggly that road is. Anyway, now that we're in Iceland, we need to find somewhere scenic to stop and take a picture of our truck for the thumbnail. Just can't do it afterwards because I want the trailer. I mean, okay, yeah, pretty much everywhere in Iceland is scenic, but there are some places more scenic than others. We can certainly take a few minutes. I can certainly take a few minutes out to take our photo. I'm pretty sure I know where I want to take it, actually. There's a really windy road up the coast, almost pretty much at the end of the trip. So I think we'll go. I think we'll take it while we go along there somewhere. Exactly where's a bit of a mystery, but yeah, bit of snow, rugged coastline, lovely. So this is where I might have to, well, not this road in particular, but this is certainly the part of the trip where I may have to switch to a semi-automatic gearbox. Or maybe even manual completely. Just depending on whether traction is okay. Iceland is definitely one of the places I want to go. I've never been. But I definitely want to go there at some point. On my bucket list. I mean, for a start, it's cool. As in, actually cool. All this snow and stuff. Yeah, I don't do well at hot temperatures. I'm sure it's the same for everyone else, but once you get too hot, you just go, nah. And you just flake out from the heat. You have no energy to do anything. The only thing on your mind is the heat. I think there's somewhere up there that's got a good view. I mean, let's face it, everywhere has a good view of some description. I mean, look at this bridge. It's rather a bump in it. Is that ice down? No, that's just a great big ravine. That's what that is. It's a great big ravine. Okay, as expected, fuel is looking great. One place you do not want to run out of fuel is around here. It's a nice little valley down there though, isn't it? Yeah, our fatigue is looking good. We will probably have to stop. I mean, it's it's still 15.5 hours before we get there. So yes, we will probably have to stop. Let's try not to. I mean, we're under 1,000 kilometers now. We really don't have far to go compared to when we started. It's just a tenth. Just a tenth. Great big canyon there. Oh, come on, mate. We need to keep our speed up while we go up hills. I can't overtake you. Okay, now I can, but now I can't see anything. Plus the speed differential isn't all that much. Okay, we'll just hang back a bit. I'm pretty sure that's a viewpoint. I'm sure there's a viewpoint somewhere. Heap. Sorry dude, that was my fault. You didn't see anything. I mean, I know where I'd like to go to get this picture. It's right at the top of the mountain, this research station. Oh no! No, it's not here, is it? No, I'm getting confused by all the snow. It's nowhere near here. It's bloody Svalbard. It's all the way up there. Okay, around this corner. Well, that's one of the little parking places that's not actually marked on the map. Let's try and squeeze through. Definitely a narrow one. I'm keeping my eye on that right hand mirror. How close am I to the edge? Surprised they let these kind of vehicles through. Come on, other truck, as I said. Let's get a move on. So yes, you can see on the map there, there's a viewpoint or point of interest something to look at, basically. Right, I'll check the map and see if we pass any more, because there's there. And then this really wiggly road. Then we get there. I'm trying to think, there's definitely a place that I'm thinking of. To be honest, it's probably going to be somewhere along these windy roads. It's definitely giving me an ice warning there, though. That's troubling. It's just so many windy roads. Oh, but they're fun, aren't they? Yeah, I'll just take a picture on that windy road. I mean, there's the little point of interest place over there. You know what, that's going to make for a better photo, I think. We'll just pop in. We'll pop in, have a photo, and then we'll be on our way. Won't be a minute. Okay, thanks very much for waiting for me while I just took that photo. Not that you had to do much waiting, because I just cut all of it out. But yes, I think we got a nice photo there. So if any other photo opportunities present themselves, then I'm going to take it, but it's going to have to be pretty good. Turn, will you? Turn. It's going to have to be pretty good to top that, I think. Was that a bit of ice that affected my steering back there? I believe it might have been. That is interesting. I do enjoy this trip up here, actually. I mean, this road all the way through Iceland is quite a good road. It's beautiful, it's challenging, it's interesting. And that's what you want. You don't want long... You don't really want long straight roads if you're looking for ways to stave off boredom. Oh, are they still clearing the landslide? Oh, it's green, it's green. Come on, guys, this happened 2 bloody years ago. And why is he in the road? Sorry, mate, you shouldn't be in the road with that thing. Oh, I think that wasn't placed right. Drive with caution, snow ahead. Yes, there is. There is lots of snow. And there is even more snow. I think we'll be fine. We'll take it slow. And we'll make sure we have enough traction. I'll tell you one thing, if you're starting this game, you wouldn't want to start in Iceland. Not with a pokey little truck that you haven't levelled up on roads like this. Definitely not. Oh, come on, turn! Turn! There we go. So yes, my finger is now flat down on the accelerator. Not really accelerating. Oh, now we are. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's not gun it when we're on snow. And I've got some more money from one of my other drivers. It's quite funny really, because you reach a point in this game where you have enough drivers and they are skilled enough that you don't actually have to drive anymore. You know, you earn enough money off your drivers to just be able to drive around the map on your own without a job. It's quite cool, really. I mean, it's a little bit on the pointless side, I suppose, but you just take jobs for fun then. So, 12 hours left. We are indeed getting there. I forget what it said at the beginning. How many hours did it say it would take? I can't remember, but hey. Future me will be able to find out. As can you, just scroll back through the video. Actually, I might have put it in the title of the video. Or it may be the figure I put in the title of the video is what actually took, and not what it predicted. That may very well be the case. Ah, dear me. We're not even at the city in the middle, that's over there. And even then, once we get there, it's still miles. Come on, own up. Whose idea was this? Whose bloody stupid idea was this to go from Iraq to Iceland? Oh, it was mine. Okay. Well. Right, well, at least we're at this city now. It's a bit of a weird one, this, actually. It's very sprawling. I'll go in this right-hand lane, I think. And keep an eye on that light. So I'll go next. Is it? Whose go is it? No, that's the right hand. Sorry, the left hand turn. See, I'm doing it again. But that's why it's weird, letting the left hand lane turn first before letting the people going straight through go. It's not the only place I've seen it, but it is really weird doing it that way. Guys, there's no buses in this game. You're going to be waiting there for a very, very long time. I will tell you one thing fairly interesting though. I was looking through the save file and there are references to bus jobs. There are references to bus jobs and bus routes even. So SCS definitely planned them at one point. I really wish they'd get round to implementing them because that would be amazing. Can you imagine something a bit like Fernbus where you have a bus and you drive around and you pick up people, but in this, in an engine and physics simulation that actually works? I mean, yeah, people have written mods, but all they do there is just they just treat passengers as another type of cargo. But yeah, in the save game there are references to bus jobs, completely separate to cargo jobs, which is really quite interesting. I hope they decide to implement that. So if you have made it this far, comment down below and say bus jobs yes or bus jobs no. Do you like the idea? Is it something you want to see? Or is it something you wouldn't mind in the game but you won't actually do yourself? Or would you rather SCS spend their time doing other things, such as creating more DLC? Specifically maps. I think maps are definitely more useful. I mean, we've got pretty much all the trucks we need. I would definitely like to see Spain and Portugal. But that's coming. That is coming. Where else could they expand? I suppose a bit more in the Balkans, I suppose, but that's just fleshing out stuff that's already there, really. I don't know, head into Russia, perhaps? I mean, hey, Promods added Ireland. Maybe SCS could, you know, do a proper version. I mean, you know, pretty much Promods have gone to places where SCS are eventually getting around to doing. Oh, come on, turn. There's a bit of a snowdrift there. So yes, obviously they're still working on the different states for American Truck Simulator. But I don't know, maybe head into Africa. You know, once they've done Portugal and Canary Islands would be great. I know they're small and a very long way away, but still. I mean, it's Euro Truck Simulator. You know, you kind of want to do all of Europe at least. And that's the thing, Russia. I don't really consider it part of Europe, because it goes all the way sort of to the north of China, so I'd consider that Asia. I wouldn't consider Russia to be European. But yeah, that's just me. Is it? Come on, turn the corner. Turn the corner, there we go. So we've got 9.5 hours left. Oh, come on, turn. Turn. Oh dear. You can see the snow is getting to us. So yes, our fatigue indicator is getting rather full at the moment. So yeah, we'll have to stop. There's a place like this. Places to stop are going to be few and far between. So yeah, when we see somewhere, we'll stop. Okay, need to slow down now. Oh, it does get narrow. It's so windy. It's snaking around like anything. Just look at all this open wilderness. Yes, I know. I know. My camcorder is also saying that its battery is getting rather low. So yeah, I'm going to have to sort that out as well. But that won't take too long. Because of course I do have a spare battery for it. Just a question of swapping it around as quick as possible. So anyway, I promised that we would stop and sleep as soon as we found somewhere. And here we are. So, right, we better reverse in here. Oh, fuel pumps. Why do you have to be there? Do that like that, lovely. Straighten up. A little bit more angle. Not too much though. Turn the wheel back to maintain it. Straighten up a bit. No, I need to go back a bit further first. Right, there we go, we're more or less straight. Run it back and we can stop here. Brake on and rest. Right, there we go. So I managed to swap batteries with absolutely no break in recording through some rather nifty battery swapping and power cord nonsense. Better indicate. So I hear you ask, why don't I just run my camcorder off the mains if you have a mains adapter? Well, yes, but it introduces mains noise into the audio, so that isn't exactly desirable. But anyway, yeah. So I hooked it up to the mains while still recording. I took the old battery off, put the new battery on. It's all still recording. And then I unplugged the mains. So a rather good switch. A rather good switch, I think. Certainly did the job. Right. So we have a little under 8 hours to go. 500 kilometers. Now we can certainly do 8 hours in our fatigue limit, our shift basically. 5 in the morning, but of course we're so far north at the moment that the sun does not set. So we could have woken up at 1 in the morning and we'd still be fine for light. Anyway, we have our headlights on at the moment. I don't think we really need them. No, that looks alright. I mean, okay, yes, a little bit on the dark side, but it's the right side of the dark side, if you understand what I mean. No, it's fine, it's fine. Having the lights on just results in a load of white. You can't see any detail. Anyway. It's rather slow around here. Are we going or not? I mean, this is a sharp contrast to the very, very lonely and desolate road across the middle of Iceland. Which thankfully we're not going that way. Because yes, I think that's even worse when it comes to snow and traction and things. Speeding a bit, but hey, I'm keeping up with the traffic. And it's within my limiter, so it should be fine, right? I mean, no, it's not as if I'm right up the butt of this guy in front of me. As long as I don't go too fast and tip over, we're fine. So of course, once again, I'm thinking, whereabouts on the map are we now? I mean, yes, there's this town up ahead. And then we have the really, really wiggly road. So there's a lot of people going off that way. Well, fine. Less people on the road. Now, I have to say, that is a very interesting looking church. Come on, guy, let's go. Okay, a little bit quick there. Slow down, there we are. There we are. So it's fairly straight along here. We must be nowhere near the windy road. Yeah, nowhere near. Look at this. Just straight. Okay, so there's something going on up here. I don't know if this is a permanent thing or if it's one of those dynamic events, because it's got temporary traffic lights. Ah, no, you see there's a little kink in the road there on the map. Yeah, no, this is a permanent thing. Yeah, there's a little kink in the map. Oh, dearie me, how long is that truck going to take to get recovered? It's been years. Okay, so it's just starting to get wiggly. We'll have a look at the map. Yes. So we've done that bit. And then it's just down here. Turn off. And all this way. It's just so far. Still got so far to go. Oh dear. So far to go. You know, I don't think it would be so bad going the other way. You know, because we're 360 kilometres away and we're faced with some really difficult, twisting, narrow roads. Whereas if we were going back the other way, that last 300 kilometres is almost nothing. Yeah, just flat and straight, just keep going. Oh, I don't know. It's probably more dramatic this way, actually. You know, having the hard bit at the end. Much like a Top Gear challenge, everything starts out fine and everything ramps up as they go. I am of course referring to Top Gear with Jeremy Clarkson and the rest of that gang. Not the new Top Gear, which is absolutely bloody rubbish. There's just no chemistry between them whatsoever. They're trying a bit too hard to recreate what the old gang had. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jeremy Clarkson is a bit of a knob, but he's an entertaining knob. There's something about new road numbers on that sign. So here we are. Just stick to this road now, and we'll be there. You see, my brain was combining the word now and there to make nair. No, that's not one of those roads you can go up. Because there are a couple of roads around here that aren't on the map, but you can actually go along. You know, they're not closed off and you can go along them for quite a long way. And then you reach some interesting places that way. You know, a lot of rumbling around here. Kind of cool. But we're bouncing around a bit. Bouncing and clattering. Ooh. You know, before that little bit back there, I was about to say that I hope this doesn't take more than half an hour now. I mean, we're 300 kilometers away, so it should be about that. I don't want it to take any longer than that, because that really is all the time I have scheduled for this. Having to edit the save file and recharge the battery in my headphones kind of pushed us back a bit. Well, that's a very nice place to stop and rest, isn't it? Come on then, let's get up this hill. I really wish you guys hadn't slowed down. Oh, come on. Now I've lost all my momentum. There we go. You see, guys? This is why you don't cheap out on your truck. Oh, will you go? This truck is going so slowly. Look at us. Look at us. Let's give him a Bosch. Yeah, and you can stop there as well, mate. Jesus Christ. Going so slowly. No one will ever get where they need to go if you go so slowly. Well, that was worth it. That was worth it. I don't mind the damage, because that was worth it. Okay. Is it around here that they have an airport on ice? Or am I thinking of Scandinavia again? Possibly. Maybe it's somewhere else in Iceland. Oh, well, the places run into one after a while. A bit fast on that corner. We do not want to end up in the Atlantic. Not this far north. Because that does look very cold. Who puts that in the middle of the road like that? Is that just to stop people going up the middle of the road? On a blind hill? Nothing coming that way. More money from one of my drivers. Getting there. This is the last town. Oh, and you're going straight on, aren't you? Lovely. I'm going to have to follow you now. Right, let's get going. Just all this snow. All we need now is a bit of wind and to see the snow blowing around a bit, and then we'd really feel cold. Wow, this is really steep. Oh, I think I hit a bit of snow there. Come on, timber turtle. How much do I love that? Look at that logo. I haven't seen that before. Where on earth is that from? I mean, it's aptly named because it's going really slowly. That's great. I wonder if that's one of those real brands. Oh dear. Right, yeah, this is where gearbox issues come into play. No, don't change up, just leave it here and just rev it. Right, we'll do it with throttle then. Oh, will you stop changing up the minute we hit 15,000? Hold it off a bit. Hold it off a bit. Right, okay, that's fine. Ah, dearie me. You've really got to work the bloody gearbox there. Well, we managed to get over it. Even though we're having a little bit of difficulty steering. Oh, no, don't fall over. Not now. Not when we're so close. We're almost there. Just give us a little bit more time. Just a bit more time. All of that down there, we've got to go all the way down there. I'm holding it right on the edge here. I'm not using any accelerator. We're just going downhill. It's all gravity. But that's no excuse when you're caught speeding. But I didn't use the accelerator. It was all gravity doing the job for me. Yeah, you're not going to get away with that. Yeah, slow down properly for this turn. Over the bridge. See, you couldn't have put this bridge further up. You couldn't have just done a bridge from up there on the cliff to over here. No, you couldn't. You have to be cheap. Make us come all this way. So there's a parking place just around the corner here. $100 kilometers, almost. 103. 102, come on. Come on. 101. Come on, 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers to go. Oh. We're in double digits. To think when we started, it was 100 times that distance. Well, near enough, you know what I mean. We've only got 1% left to go. And it's ticking down really quickly. See, the end is in sight. I mean, not literally, but figuratively. I mean, I apologise for the lack of commentary in pretty much the last half of this video, but I'm just running out of stuff. Oh, there it is. The end is in sight. I mean, it's still 67 kilometres away because there's just so much road between us. But we are nearly there. This has got to be the hardest £100,000 I've ever earned in this game. It's got to be. But it wasn't about the money. It was the challenge of just doing one job over such a long distance. To think this is the same trailer we picked up in Iraq. And here we are 9,000 kilometers away in Iceland. It's been a hell of a ride, guys. Been a hell of a ride. I think my voice is going as well. I highly doubt anyone has made it this far in this video, to be honest, because my Euro Truck Simulator videos now aren't all that popular. I don't get many views on them. But I do it because I like the game, and if I'm playing I may as well be recording. But I think I've scratched the Euro Truck itch right now. I don't think I'll be playing this for quite some time. Anyway, there's plenty of other games to have a look at. Oh, it's 30? Is it really 30 kilometers an hour around here? That seems a tad excessive. I mean, okay, yes, I wouldn't want to bomb through. Oh, damn it. It's on my trailer. I wouldn't want to bomb through here at 80. That's it, come out a bit. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't want to bomb through there at 80, but 50 would have been alright. Of course, I say that just after, well, just while I'm impaling my truck on a barrier. Oh, snow ahead. Yes, I can see that, thank you. There is quite a bit of snow, actually. Ah, yes, you see, here's that airport I was thinking of. I knew it was around here somewhere. Actually, it's where we're going. Ah. So why didn't they fly the electronics in? That would have made more sense. It's only 8 tons. You can stick that on a plane, no problem. This is going to be interesting. It's round there, look. The little road thing says we go around here. Through there? No? Actually, no, it is through there. Just hope nobody's behind me. Otherwise they're going to get completely flattened. Right. Let's go. Step forward. There's that car on the corner, but there we go, we're missing him. Thank you for opening the gates. Let's not hit the planes. Now then, I think after we've come all this way, we need to park this properly, right? Oh look, and now I'm tired. Apparently. So, let's bring this forward. Right, that should be cool. Oh look, plane's taking off. Oh, no, we're a little bit off course there. Because I couldn't actually see anything in that other mirror. Okay, now straighten up. What can we see there? No, we're still not quite in line. Let's drag the front end that way. There we go. Right. Straight back from here. Looking good. Looking good. There we go. Handbrake on. Decoupling. And job screen. Satisfactory. Oh. Oh my. Look at that. Look how long that took. 270 hours, near enough. And that's the actual distance that we should have travelled. That's the one the reward is going to be based on. Still, it's not that much, really. I mean, okay, yes, we had all this damage taken off. So it would have been over 100,000, but even so, that kind of distance, it should have been a lot more than that. Probably because the amount of stuff was only 8 tons. If it was more, if it was like 15 or maybe even 20 tons of electronics, we would have got a lot more for that. But anyway, that's that done, and we can finish our just-in-time delivery tree. And there we go. There we go. I wish I could give everyone who watched all the way through an achievement for this, but that's not within my power. So, if anyone is still watching all this way through, give me a comment down below. I don't know, something which makes it obvious that you watched all the way through. Thanks very much for watching. If you enjoyed that video, remember to click the like button and hit subscribe if you'd like to see more. Remember to join us for the next video. Goodbye.